Hello, everybody. How are you tonight? It's Lori from Real Cinema Therapy and Jen the teacher. How are
Hey,
you, Jen?
I'm well. Thank you, Lori. How are you doing tonight?
Oh, I'm doing great. I love this trailer.
I know. I can't wait to get into it. This made my day. I stayed off of all the socials as soon as I saw it. I downloaded it and I just started doing stuff with it and just watching it. And I'm all about it. I'm ready to jump in.
Yeah, I mean, so
So
much
hyped.
happened in this trailer. I mean, there's a lot to unpack, a
I
lot
know.
of stuff.
I know John Griffin said like the first three seasons was like going up the roller coasters. From season four, it's just all downhill. And he said it's crazy fast. Everything's going to be coming at us. And then
Hmm.
after watching this trailer and watching all the instant shots that they all the different slides that they put in there, the different scenes, it was absolutely insane. We got all this crazy stuff going on. We obviously have some new things going on, big, so many more questions, so much more to add to the theories. So super, super hyped and excited. April 19th,
Yes,
quick enough.
I know. I know. It seems like it's really far away, but it's really not. It's around the corner. Let's say hello to everybody in the chat. We have Kimberly is here. Hi, Kimberly. Cool Nerd Rupert is Corey, right? Corey's
Yes,
here.
that's
And
Corey from Chicago.
Mike Woe's here. And who else? Anybody else? That's it for now. That's good. I mean, I know a lot of people are covering the show tonight. So, they're covering the
Yeah.
trailers. So that's fine.
Yeah.
We might get some people straggle in, as we're on.
Yes.
But yeah, I think this is great, and I'm excited. So we're going to start with showing the actual. Oh, hi, Samuel. Samuel's here
Hey,
too.
Samuel.
Um,
Hello.
we're going to start with showing the actual trailer first, and then we're going to break it down scene by scene. Okay, so let's get started.
Something's different. I am changing. I don't know if I like who I'm becoming.
Boyd. There are a lot of people wanting to know what happened down there.
Where's Dad? Why isn't he back yet?
Tabitha.
We need to talk.
It means everything they show us. It's real. I think they're doing it to make us afraid.
Well, then it worked. There is something ancient here. And it's feeding off our suffering, and it doesn't stop.
We're losing.
We're running out of time and we still don't know the goddamn rules. There is no way to fight back against those things. Everything we've done, every sacrifice we've made.
None of us are going anywhere.
You think you're some kind of hero? You're a monster.
Lord, please protect us in this dark place where evil roams so freely. This we ask in your name. Amen.
One way or another, the truth always comes out.
I'll make sure it does.
Woo!
That was intense. I mean, so much happened. And, usually when they put a trailer out, it's usually like the first 5 episodes. But there's a lot that happens in this trailer. So you wonder if it's like more than 5 episodes, right?
Right, exactly. How much is going on? But I definitely from what we've seen, they always give us a little snippet of the very end through the last previous trailers that we've seen. But I think that we're going on a really fast, quick roller coaster, and just the intensity of the way they set up the trailer, putting in the scenes that they put in and putting them as quickly as they did when they went through things. Those mean certain things because everything here has meaning. So I'm really excited and curious as we continue to see what's going on, exactly how much down this roller coaster we're going to go through on season 4 and how quick things are going to change and things are going to happen.
Yeah, but do you think that they're putting in like more than up to episode 5? I mean, do you think there's more here? I have a feeling there is. You know?
I do. I think that there's got to be something from the very end at the end, maybe even possibly the Jade scene. Because if Jade, we'll get to it as we break it down, but if we have Jade in the cave and the monsters are coming after him, that's got to be towards the end. I cannot see that happening anywhere near the beginning of it. I mean, they can totally twist and shock us, but I think we can see as we break it down, like what they're wearing and where he goes. He's going to go on a journey, and he's going to go looking for things, and it's going to take him deeper and deeper. And we're going to see that as it unfolds through a couple of episodes. I don't foresee that happening in the very first few episodes, more of the mid to the end.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, we'll get to that scene with Jade, but I agree. It's probably going to be later in the season. Let's see who else joined us. We have Robert Saunders is here. Hi, Robert. The goat, yes. and Scarlett is here. Hi, Scarlett. And let's see. Wow, Doc is here. Hi, Doc. Yeah, we got quite a crew. So, okay, guys, we're going to start now breaking down the trailer. Mm-hmm. So, here we go. They're all outside and the crows are surrounding them. And it looks like, does that look like they're building a grave? Does this look like Jim's funeral?
So what
do you think?
There's definitely 2 graves there. So we see 2 bodies. And if you look around to see like who we're looking to find, so we could see the Matthews families there, obviously minus Jim. And we see the new character, Sophia, and she's standing next to our boy Kenny. And then you can see like Claire's kind of behind them. And you can see like some of the rest of the people around. You can't really too clearly see Marielle at all in here. You can see Randall almost right behind the R. And I can't really make out Christy. And you can see that Henry's there as well. So I have 2 graves. So I'm thinking that since we don't see the pastor here, the pastor is a goner. I don't think he makes it through the first night of them being there. And I think that might be something that we see. And I'll explain that as we get further into the trailer with something that goes on with Julie in the dungeon. But I don't think that the father makes it through the first night.
Okay. Now, Samuel has a good point. He said, we haven't seen a funeral for Tilly yet. One of those bodies could be hers. That's really a good point, Samuel.
And that was my other point, and I was going to say that as well. I think that they finally, because remember, everything that we saw at the very end of season 3 really happened within a span of a couple of hours. So we're going to probably pick right back up where we left off, but we're going to see pretty much the next 24 hours unfold. So if then that 24 hours are definitely going to find Tilly. So I'm with you, Samuel. I'm guessing that's Tilly, and that is the pastor.
Okay, so you don't think that it's Jim's funeral yet?
Not yet. There's going to be a scene later on that I think might have to do with Jim.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we're thinking it's the pastor and it's Tilly.
Yes.
Okay.
And I think that's alluded to by Elgin and Boyd, and I'll explain that later on as we get to those scenes as well.
Now, Scarlett says she thinks the man in yellow is hiding out in Jim's body. Yeah, school spirit style. Right.
Yes, absolutely.
The shapeshifter.
I'm with you. Shapeshifter all the way.
So when we get to that part, we'll focus on that. But yeah, I mean, because it doesn't look like Jim. We were just talking about that. Mm-hmm. Jim doesn't usually have that angelic smile on his face.
Right. And I mean, we definitely don't know for sure. It definitely could be another vision, the way we've seen Kadri and Abby come back to Boyd, the way we've seen Tom come back. So it could definitely be a vision, but I'm leaning more towards the shape-shifting after everything that we're going to break down and see with the man in yellow doing the whole, like cringy thing with his shoulders and everything snapping and cracking and popping and being upside down for a minute.
Well, when you talk about aliens, there you go. Right. You know,
I'm
because
like,
some people think,
that is bad fairy magic right there.
yeah, I know, because some people said, "Oh, it's aliens." I've heard people say that. Well, okay, so we got our alien. We have our man in yellow, who's an alien.
Yeah,
Uh,
shapeshifter. If you go by Invincible, he's a shapeshifter is an alien. So it could be that.
exactly. Okay, so here we go. So the crows are surrounding everyone. And people are freaking out. They're like, what the hell's going on with these crows? It reminds me of The Birds. Did you ever see Alfred Hitchcock's film The Birds?
Years ago, and I was terrified of it because I really didn't understand it. I was so little.
It was so great. But this reminds me having the birds like surrounding them and everything. And then you see Christy and Marielle, and it's a very sunny day. They're blocking the sun. You got Randall with his head down. Everybody's like hanging out, and then you see the crows. They're all squawking. So why do you think, now let me ask you, what do you think the crows represent? Or I should say, who are the crows?
Well, I know that we were chatting about this a while ago on the Discord. We really haven't seen too many crows in From. I mean, we always see them with the trees, but we
Right.
haven't really seen them except for the one that flies through the window when Tilly is doing the tarot reading for Fatima.
Yes.
So that always, like, that was one of the highlights right off the bat. As soon as it started, I'm like, oh my God, they're all there. And that has to ring a bell with the people there, which is why they're all like kind of stopping and staring and being in shock, because they all remember a tree. And just that this like huge, murder of crows, right? This huge pack of them that is like coming at them. It's just, even if they're not attacking them, the fact that they're just gathering, right? That's a bad sign. It brings bad omens. People really don't know how to take them. They're usually looked at that way. Is that the way they're really seen throughout all of different mythologies across different ancient civilizations? No, we've discussed that in great theory, like all the different representations that it could have and the ties to like Odin and the Norse legends and mythology. But, generally speaking, because people don't do research and know about all that stuff naturally, and it's not like they have internet there, I think they're all looking at it like it's a bad omen. Something bad is happening. They already all have the hairs in the back of their necks, perkling up.
Oh yeah. I mean, these crows are
a bad sign.
Yeah, no, I agree. The crows are definitely considered a bad omen. If you look at most horror films, when they show crows, it's bad news. So we see 3 crows there, and there's more, but they're showing us 3 of them. And I also think these crows are like the watchers of the
Right.
town. And they report back to whoever is in charge about what's going on there. They're the first ones to see who drives up and sees the tree. So they are the informers. That's how I see them.
Absolutely. They are definitely the messengers. And that is one of the things that we've been talking about. And I agree with you 100%. And the fact that there are 3 of them, I think, is significant. And if you go to the very end of the trailer, that kind of looks almost like the very start of the trailer when it says From, it kind of comes up at the very end. I mean, like the teaser, the way the ending comes up when it gives you the April 19th, there are 3 crows yet again that are flying. And we see 3 crows in 2 other spots and then a single crow by itself.
Oh,
so
wow.
I do think that you have an absolute 100%. They are a messenger. That's what I mean. There's other things that it can be tied to Odin. It was a messenger for Odin, an informer, like you said, a watcher. But
Right.
here, I'm not sure if all of them are that in tuned. The way they're all just staring up, I think it's just confirming to them that it's a bad omen and that something bad is coming. It's just all starting to snowball for them.
Exactly. So anyway, everybody's all freaked out by these crows. And again, they're showing, it's interesting because I had heard something and I thought this was a really good point, that when the first season started, when the Matthews came into the town, there was a funeral going on, right? And it was for the mother and her child. I forgot her name, the little girl and her mom. And that was the first episode. So it's ironic that we're having another funeral, and maybe this is when the pastor comes in with his daughter. That's why I was thinking maybe that's not the pastor that they're burying.
Well, I think you could see the pastor's daughter is right next to Kenny if you zoom in.
Okay.
I had to zoom in. That's so so I
The
don't look
one,
at it. And from
the
another
one in
screenshot,
the one in the
yeah.
white dress.
Yes.
She's holding flowers. She has yellow
Right.
flowers in her hands.
Yep.
Okay.
So she's holding
So
flowers, I believe, for her father that's passed. So
okay.
that's why I think it's definitely one of them.
Uh-huh.
And I couldn't see, I was trying to find and see what Fatima's reaction is, because I think we're going to see that she's kind of guilt ridden. And I think that that's going to be a subject of contempt between Elgin and Boyd. And I think that's what they're referring to at the end is, the truth coming out. I think it has to do with them knowing what happened with his eye and what happened with Fatima truly, and then
Right.
what happened with Tilly. So I'm pretty sure Elgin kind of knows what happens. Plus he's got this weird sight, and I'm sure we'll see if Kimono Lady still speaks to him.
Uh-huh.
But I think that that's there. So I'm thinking that
Okay.
that's, like I said, Tilly's body and the pastor's body. I don't think he makes it through
Okay.
the first night. And in that 24-hour period, since Fatima's given birth to, they go down into the caves, it's nightfall, and then they come
Right.
out, and this is the burial the next day. So I think
Right.
that they definitely would have found Tilly's body at this point.
But it would have been nice if they would have had a full circle moment where they would have had them coming in when there was a funeral going on. I thought that would have been cool. But yeah, I agree with you because I see she's there
Right.
and she's holding flowers. So it is for her dad. Yes.
Right. And I see that Mike Wu in the chat, he said that he thinks it could be Tilly and Jim. And I mean, definitely we don't know. It can be ruled out. Maybe they haven't found Tilly yet. Maybe that is the pastor's, maybe that's the pastor and then that's Jim. We really don't 100% know, because you can see Tabitha is standing really close to her children. She's not sobbing or anything, but it's definitely a possibility that it could be Jim. I just really think that it's probably the pastor and Tilly. I think there's another scene that we see further down in the teaser and the trailer where Boyd is like catching Ethan, and we see hanging from the motel sign a rope, and we'll get to that, and that's where I think Jim is,
Okay.
either there
Yeah.
or possibly in the barn. But I
Right.
think
Oh, yeah, I was thinking about the barn, but we'll get to that.
Right.
Let's check in with the chat for a few minutes. Okay, Scarlett says crowing. Yes, I like that. And Kimberly says, I think the crows represent the coming of doom and evil. Yes,
yes,
100%.
I'm with you on that.
Robert Saunders, I will be right back in 10 minutes. Don't solve the show without me. No, don't worry.
We wouldn't be
Robert.
able to. Don't
We're
worry.
not going to solve anything without you.
Hey, Bill
and-
Show.
And Scarlett says, are the crows working for the good or the bad? Yes, that's a very good point. That's something we need to think about. Yeah, and there's arguments for both sides. Yeah, you're right. I mean, they could be, well, I think they're probably working more for the bad side because crows are, thought of as evil, right?
Right.
The Sour Patch Kids, what? Sour Patch.
Oh, we'll get to the Sour Patch Kids, the Raggedy Ann scarecrow looking like marshmallow fluff things. I don't know, Raggedy Ann dolls.
And Fletch is here. Hi, Fletch. How you doing?
Fletch.
Fromaholics. Yes, absolutely. Okay, everyone say, okay, so who do you think those two are in the grave? Yeah, we spoke about that already. Let's see what else we have.
The Garbage Pail Kids. Sorry. That is a throwback. I had every Garbage Pail Kid collect like all of them, and my mom threw them out. I remember most of them too. They're amazing. I used to love them so much.
Now, Fletch is saying that people are saying the man in yellow shapeshifts into Jim. We were just talking about that.
Right.
And Jim is hugging Ethan. In fact, the man in yellow, imagine if he tells you shouldn't have let your mother dig that hole, Ethan. Well, that might be coming. We don't know.
Imagine he says that as Jim. Holy shit. Talk about trauma. Oh my God. Trauma.
Oh, wow. Wow. I mean, yeah. I mean, he has that look on his face, but we'll get to it. I think you're right.
Every single screenshot. There is not one thing that I missed. Not one. Te lo juro. Everybody in the chat, I swear to te lo juro, I got every single screenshot. Nothing was missed.
Yeah. Okay, somebody else. Okay, Scarlett says, I wonder if Sophia and Kenny will become a thing. Or a triangle with Danny. Mm-hmm.
We'll see later on with the whole hand holding and praying and the way he's, I think Kenny got
But how old is Sophia? I mean, she looks very young, right? She looks like a teenager.
Possibly a teenager, but if she's a teenager, we're talking like 18, 19. I'm thinking she's early 20s. I could be
Okay.
wrong. I don't know if they released it. Somebody in the chat, if you know, let me know. Hey, Debbie, Abby, Bo, Baby.
Oh, hey, Debbie. Nice to see you. I don't know. I get the feeling she's pretty young. I mean, well, she dresses very young too.
Right.
So,
I mean, she could be like 16 or 17, and then that's not okay. But I think she's older than Julie because Julie's 17, 16, 17.
right. You think she's older than Julie? Okay.
I do by a couple of years, not by much. I wouldn't give her more than 5 years older than Julie, but that would put her around 21, 22.
I don't think Danny and Kenny are going to hook up. I don't think Danny, my view of Danny is that she has a lot of baggage and a lot of issues, that she's got, especially a lot of daddy issues. I think she's afraid to get too close to people, that they're going to control her. And she has issues like with Boyd. And that's why I think that there are some daddy issues there. It's like Boyd is almost like her father and she's fighting with him a lot, you know?
Mhm.
And I don't see her with Kenny. I really don't. But maybe Kenny and Sophia. Yes, that's possible. Because Kenny needs that. You know, he lost his parents. He's grieving them. He needs someone who's going to hold him and pray with him and be sweet with him.
And I think if we see that, I think we're going to start to see a shift in balance. And I think that's echoed throughout the trailer, that people are going to start to lose hope. People are going to start to gain hope, and people are going to break that we didn't think were going to break. And somebody's going to have to rise in their place, right? There's going to have to be shifts in balance. And we see all this change already happening organically around them in the environment. It's only natural that that would obviously bleed into their system and it would start to affect them. And I think we're going to see that, and we'll talk about it. I definitely think Boyd's losing his shit.
Oh, yeah. He's definitely losing it.
I thought Donna was going to lose her shit, but she is just angry and scared. She hasn't like lost it. And I think we're going to find that out, because just like Sarah has compromised herself, Boyd has compromised himself, and we're going to see it another way. Going to come out. Even just like the brutal beating of, Elgin, I think is going to weigh on his conscience.
Right. Let's just break it down as we're looking at each shot. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves, okay? Because otherwise, it might be confusing to people who are maybe just seeing it for the first time. And let's finish going through the chat. Let's see. I'm thinking these scarecrows are from the Cannibal Village cycle. Okay, that's later in the video is also. The wooden totems are to protect them, the bear tracks to kill them. Jade screwed.
Jade screwed the pooch on that.
He did. He really did. He caused it in a way. Well, Dale even said it to him. Dale says, "What are you doing?" Right? Is that why we see the scarecrow creature attacking them at the cabin? Wow. I mean, that creature is really scary. But we'll get to that. Okay. I think her dad is dead by then. Right. That's the pastor that we're talking about. Right.
Sophia.
Okay. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves, because, we can go back to some of these messages in the chat as we get to them.
Yes.
And hi, Bill Chill. Want to say hi to you. And okay, let's see. And Debbie O'Bebby. Okay. So let's go on. All right, let's move on from this. Okay, so here we see Boyd going to Abby's grave. And and by the way, I don't know if you noticed, he was shaking, his arm was shaking.
Yes, the Parkinson's.
Yeah, so his Parkinson's is much worse now. And his arm is visibly shaking. And he sits down to talk to Abby, and he says, I don't know who I am anymore. I'm changing, and I don't like who I'm becoming.
Right. And I just like to say that I went back and I watched where the grave was. And in those previous seasons, there was no rock. So when the teaser came out, I swore up and down there's no way they could be at Abby's grave because there was no rock there. And now there's a rock there. I have this prove it. I didn't put it in here because that's not what this is about. But I just was like, holy crap, it is Abby's grave. That was one of my most dumbfounded moments as I watched it. I had to go back and I was like, oh man, I was wrong. I swore up and down it wasn't Abby's grave.
No, you probably were right, but they probably added it for this season. And so there's a continuity issue, right? But most people wouldn't catch it, right? So Boyd is sitting there and he's saying, I don't like who I'm becoming. And then a Carrie happens, right? Like the movie Carrie.
Right.
Remember the ending where the hand comes out of the grave?
Yes,
And
I do.
I don't know if we have that. Do you have the shot here for that? Oh yes, here we go. So this hand comes out of the grave and it's Abby's grave, right? So it's Abby.
Right.
But is it Abby?
Right.
Is it Abby or is it maybe the man in yellow?
The only other thing I can think of is maybe they buried Tai Chen near Abby, and that's what the rock is there for. That's the only other person I could possibly think that would be. And I do think it's a hallucination, but the way he's breathing in pain, and I think it's in the next slide, you can see the hand on him, and you just see all these crows watching in the tree, perched in the tree. There's a whole bunch of them. I think Bill Chill mentioned or somebody had mentioned that he thinks we're going to see a lot more crows, and I agree. There's so many that I started seeing it after I watched the trailer like the third or fourth time. I just started seeing massive amounts of crows.
Yeah, because they're the spies. They're the ones who are reporting back everything. Look at all of them in the tree. Are those all the crows in the tree?
And if you look, that she's grabbing his arm, like you see at the very bottom of the screen, and he's like breathing in pain. So I like I said, I thought it was a hallucination, but damn, this is real. So I went back and I remembered the ballerina hallucination that he had back in season 2. So I was like, it's possible because she grabs him there. And like and he's able to like get away from her in the ballerina scene with the music box. So I'm wondering if this is something similar, like something's going to grab out at him and it's going to be another shapeshifter or something that's going to look like Abby or Tai Chen.
Now, do you think that the ghost of Abby and Father Khatri and Tom are all the men in yellow shapeshifting?
I don't, because they just kind of appear and then they don't, and as we get through the slides we're going to see that they actually have to like go through something. So I'm not sure. I think that they definitely are spirits there because they're like trapped in this, like Dale said, a pocket dimension, right? I don't think their energy just like dissipates and goes away. It's energy. It's always going to remain there. So I do think that it's able to come in forms. Who's manipulating that? I don't know. That could be the men in yellow. It could be just they have their own kind of a free thing to that, somebody that kind of is more in touch with that side or has more of a connection to From can kind of sometimes see them. They're able to give their advice. But I definitely think that has to be like an energy thing and not necessarily a shapeshifter thing. I think the shapeshifting is special for the Men in Black. I don't think the monsters are able to.
Man in Black? Man in Yellow. Well, I think that, I agree. I think the energy is there. I don't think the energy goes away. I believe that, after you're gone, your energy has to go somewhere. But I do think, though, that the man in yellow, because we see he's a shapeshifter, he could take on the form of anybody, really. So I think he is the one who became Abby. And I think as far as Father Khatri, I think that's Boyd's, his own conscience talking to him. I think that's more of a hallucination. I don't think that's the man in yellow when it comes to Khatri.
Right.
And the same thing with Tom. I think it's also Jade's consciousness. So really it's only Abby that I think he's shapeshifting into, personally. That's what I think. Okay, so now this looks familiar, right?
Oh,
but
yeah.
what's interesting is it looks different, though, for some reason. Was that ladder there? I don't remember the ladder being there.
I think that's what they climbed down at the end of season 3, because remember there was like a cellar door like that came up right next to the bed that the kimono lady went down. I thought it was steps. That's what I originally thought it was, steps and not a ladder. But the walls look to me similar, so I'm sure that's the way that they went down from that root cellar.
Yeah, because when Elgin was like pulling her back, I didn't see steps though, you know?
Oh no, you're talking about when he pulled Fatima in?
Yeah.
Not there. After he pulled Fatima in through the first door, he gets her through, so and there's that other door that he opens and he brings her in there where we saw like the bones or the dried out corpse of somebody that's wearing jeans and like a button down shirt. There was a bed. Remember, he takes down the bed and he sets her up. Where that bed is that he sets her up from the floor, a door opens and that's where the kimono lady goes down with the baby and down into the
right. Okay,
that's
this
that
is
doorway. That's that
okay.
staircase. I thought it was a staircase, like stone steps, but it's not. It's a ladder. It's from season 3, the very end, where the kimono lady goes down and Boyd follows her to see Smiley being reborn.
Okay, right. So that's like going underneath, like into the cave. Got it. Okay. Yeah, that's why I was confused. I said, where did this ladder come from? And okay, now who is this?
So I'm trying to piece this together as well. And we see a rat, right, coming out of the mouth of it.
Yes.
Right. And I know it's kind of dark in this, and I just want to go through and just hold on. Let me just grab it real quick. I want to make sure I see it, because to the right, it's kind of dark here, but to the right, there is something there. It's like another block. So obviously this is definitely a stone, but the red on the lips and everything, it almost looks like it's just petrified in the way the eyes are. So I'm wondering if somebody gets turned to stone or if that's a statue. But the very next scene is Marielle. And I was trying to look to see if it looked like Marielle petrified in the root cellar, the way we found Martin, but just in a different stage of time of that root cellar.
But that looks like a man, though. It doesn't look like a woman.
You think it could be a man? Do you think it could be Jim? I didn't think it was Jim. Who do you think it could be?
I really don't know. I think it's someone that we haven't met yet. I think it's someone that we don't know about yet. The way they found that guy in the root cellar, right? When Jade found him. I think this is somebody that they haven't found yet.
I got to look at the pastor again. Maybe it could be that person, or like you said, somebody that didn't come that we haven't seen yet. Because I thought it's got to mean something that the mouse is coming out, or the rat is coming out of the mouth, right?
Well, they actually showed that there were like mice or rats running around in the cave. They've shown that before. So they could have just come in. But what do they represent?
Look what Robert Saunders just put in the chat. And I think that is an amazing observation, Robert Saunders. Amazing observation. I would not have thought of that, but considering that he was crushed by a boulder, I agree. And Robert Saunders put in the chat, I think it's the actual body of the man crushed by the boulder, the rock, in Jade's vision that we saw a couple seasons ago. And now that you say that, ding, 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 I would actually back that up, Robert. I think that could be because the way the face is so narrow and the features are, and that way that he turned. Do you remember when Jade found the root cellar? I think it was maybe the 3rd episode of season 1 when he's like running around and he opens it and he sees the guy crushed by a boulder. That's who Robert Saunders thinks that is. And that absolutely, now that I'm remembering back.
Wait, is that the guy that screamed? I mean, he in his mind he heard the guy screaming.
Yes, he heard the guy scream. He turns him. There's a boulder crushed, and he's like, and he opened his mouth and it sounded like screaming. That absolutely, ding, ding, ding. I think Robert Saunders.
But does that look like the same person, though? He looks different to me.
Here, I'm going to find the image of him really quickly because I'm sure I can pull it up. Let me see.
He looks different to me, though. But yeah, let's see if we can find the image.
Here, I'm going to look to see. But so that's, I mean, considering that the man is out of stone.
It looks like I'm going to make you guys laugh.
All right, I've got it. Let me see.
But let me say who I think it looks like. It looks like Christopher Walken. Hey, Christopher Walken is in From. Did you hear it? He's in it this season.
All right, this is here. Since you have the slide show, I'm gonna drop it into the slide right after this. Give me one moment to get it in there. Let's see if I can. There we are. All right, you can go to the next slide.
You got it?
Yep, it should be in the next slide. If you click down,
Well, that's Marielle.
Oh no. Oh, then it didn't come up in there.
You want to
Should,
just share your screen?
yeah.
Okay, so wait, let's go back. Let's go back to this picture here. Okay, this Christopher Walken picture. And okay, so go ahead. You put your picture up.
Share screen, and I'll just go to, all right. There it is. This guy is who I believe, and you see there's something in his mouth there as well.
Uh-huh.
So I think Robert
Interesting.
Saunders
Yeah.
good point. I think Robert Saunders, always gotta love our Fromely in the chat. He is the GOAT for reasons just like this. Thank you.
Yes, Robert, I think you're right. Now I see it. The eyes. Look at the eyes. Light-colored eyes, and he has something in his mouth, probably a rat.
Yeah.
And the blood. Yeah, the blood on the chin. And we
Yep,
see
the blood on the chin,
all
we
over
see
his
it.
face. Yeah.
Yes.
Wow. I'm impressed, Robert. I mean, you always have great theories, but yeah, this
He's
is cool.
amazing. That is, I
Yes.
think you solved it. I'm so glad you came back after 10 minutes. Yes,
That's
all
it.
credits Robert Saunders. We definitely can check that off the box.
Yes,
That is
yes.
100% Robert.
That's
You got it.
definitely him. Yes,
All
definitely.
right.
Okay, let's
There we
move
go.
on. So we see Marielle. You were going to say something about this scene. What were you going to say?
I don't remember what I was gonna say now. Oh man, I'm still like so blown away and impressed.
That's okay.
right now.
I know, right?
Yes, I can't remember what I was gonna say. It'll come back to me. Don't
Oh,
worry.
okay. So this is the person that Jade saw that was holding the baby's skull, right?
Right, and there's blood in it, right? That he had drunk from it at a different vision, but the same guy with the same skull.
Yeah, but the thing is, this is a new shot that they're showing. This was shot for this season. This is not the same scene that they're showing.
Right.
So I'm wondering. So does this mean Jade is going to probably see this person again, right?
Mhm.
And that guy was missing an eye, I believe.
Yes.
He was missing the eye, right?
Right.
So actually, I was thinking he and Elgin could be like counterparts in a way.
Right, like that guy could be a reincarnate of him, which makes me think if he was maybe one of the original parents or somebody that was involved in obviously the original sin, I guess, of it all.
So maybe that's why Elgin has this connection with the place, because he has been reincarnated. This was him in a previous life. Now, I don't know where this came from, the cross. Do you remember seeing this in the trailer?
No, but I think that cross is from the visor of the car, and that window is where the car is about to crash through the post office that we're going to see in another slide. So I think that we're actually getting Sophia's point of view. Like if we were like in a video game and you have the certain like different POVs, I'm pretty sure that's Sophia looking out as she's about to crash the car. Or maybe it's the pastor that's actually driving it. I think it's Sophia, not the pastor, but we'll get to that.
Okay, right. So it's one of them, right?
One of them, and I think that's hanging from like the visor of the car.
Yes. Now, is this the scene? Now, what's going on here that all these people are running? They do show Boyd again shooting Abby. They do show that scene. So I'm wondering if this is part of it, that they're showing more of what happened at that time. So what do you think?
I was thinking that this is connecting to Boyd having those nightmares and he's reliving this pain. And I think that's a connection that he's going to actually have with Fatima, like reliving some of their guilt and their shame and what they wish they had not done. And the reason why I say that is because the way the background looks, and it's kind of like dark and gloomyish gray, where everything else and a lot of the other scenes that we know that are actually happening, it's very, very bright, very, very sunny, very, very.
That's true. So this is implying it's the past.
Right. I actually had to go back and rewatch because there's a scene where we see the ambulance going and I'm like, maybe they're getting out of the road because they didn't want to get hit by the ambulance. But I don't think it's that, because it is way too bright and sunny, like clear blue, sunny sky. Here it looks definitely smoked out a little bit, or it's got that like hue to it that I think it's a flashback or memory.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Nightmare.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, like a nightmare, exactly. I agree with you. Yeah, because the overcast, the way, the filter that they used when they filmed it, it's like this darker, smoky filter. So yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and here he is with the gun. So it's the same shot. You can see.
Right. And you see almost the same coloring in the background.
Right. That
So-
same like filter, that dark gray filter.
Now this guy.
Now this is a new totem. This is new. So what do you think about this one?
I think that as they're going through, they're looking and they're finding the totems that surround the cannibal village, as we call it. And I do agree with what the chat said earlier. And that's exactly what I thought when I saw what happens, which we'll see that, Jade definitely done fucked up by ripping its leg, the one post off when, Dale, what are you doing back in season 3? So
yeah, but this is a different one.
this
though,
one's a
right?
different one, but I do think that they're around Cannibal Village, and we see there's a party that's going trekking through to there. So I think that they're just going to go slightly different way and come across another one. I think so far we've seen 3.
Right there. Yeah, we've seen like 3 of them. Oh wow, look at this.
So,
What's going on here? I mean, I see the cabbage. This is the cannibal village. What's going on here?
So these look like those scarecrow, like scary dolls that we're going to see in a minute. I don't know if we want to call them like Raggedy Ann dolls, but they're like Raggedy Ann dolls. So I was trying to piece together
The Sour Patch ones, right?
Right.
The Sour Patch.
Those are the biggest, ugliest Cabbage Patch dolls that I've ever seen in my life.
Yes, and the cabbage is right there.
I know. And I thought, so we've talked about it before. You know how cicadas was Nathan's like nightmare? And Sarah had mentioned that early on, and she had wondered if their nightmares come to life. So I think it's ironic that in the Cabbage Patch, actually where there's cabbage, because you can see it in the background, that you have these ugly, oversized, scary Cabbage Patch, Raggedy Ann looking like dolls. And I think that definitely, there might be something to that where like nightmares do come true, certain people that have died. So the doll's a little oldish. And now that Tilly has passed away by the hand of somebody there, the way Nathan was killed by Sarah, now Tilly was killed by Fatima. I'm wondering if like Tilly's big fear was like these Cabbage Patch fiery looking dolls, and that's like the new monster that's going to come after them, the way we saw the cicadas came after and attack them. So if you go, and now I remember, so if you go back to like where Marielle was, like back up a couple slides ago that we saw her shackled back in chains, I was wondering if we don't see exactly all the way to the right. You could see there's kind of somebody standing over there. It looks like there's 3 people looking at the edge. I can't exactly tell. I think that might be Ellis, and I can't tell who the girl is that's crouching down with them. But I was wondering if, the spirit of somebody, or as we see, is going to get to Marielle, and Marielle's going to go back to where she was chained in the dungeon.
Well, it's interesting what you're saying about the Cabbage Patch. Yeah, because... Well, we know with the cicadas that Sarah's brother was afraid of cicadas, and then that became the the plague that went after everybody, right? So now, but did Tilly ever talk about cabbage or dolls or anything like that?
No, not that I know of, but it was just something that I had thought of because Cabbage Patch dolls were definitely more like around her time and her age than more recent. So I figured she would probably have knowledge of it. It just popped into my mind. I was thinking about it because what they look like, even like a scary Raggedy Ann doll looking like thing, because it kind of resembles that Raggedy Ann Cabbage Patch kind of a thing. She might have associated the two, and she didn't mention it, but I definitely think like maybe Clara is going to like pop out of nowhere. Like she likes to just pop into random scenes and just be like, oh, one time when we were all sitting in a seance and we were praying with Tilly and we talked about our nightmares, she mentioned she was afraid of like Raggedy Ann dolls. I mean, no idea. But just the fact that I think that might be a connection if you were killed by somebody that is from not a monster like one of the townspeople, that they, your nightmares or something's going to come back to haunt you. I think we see that.
Let me ask you something, though. Let me ask you something. What is the purpose of these dolls? Are they like the scarecrows? Are they there to ward off evil? What were they used in maybe some rituals? Why are they there? Let's start with that. What's
Oh,
the
I think
purpose of them
they're
being
there
there?
to terrify them and to go after them. I think that they're going to come to life
Hmm. Well, we
and
see
go
that
after them.
later, and we see
Right.
that later in the trailer. But I'm saying they weren't there before, right? When they were in Cannibal Village before, they didn't see them there. So
Right.
I'm just wondering where they came from, who put them there, and how long have they been there? What have they been used for?
I'm not sure. Let's see what the chat has to say, actually. Cabbage Patch Kid Scarecrow Edition. Bill Chill.
That's cool. I like that.
Somebody's gonna lose a leg. Somebody's ears will be removed this season. I love it. Bill Chill, we should make bingo cards. Scarlett, we need to make bingo cards for From. I know you had mentioned that before. I think we should have several different editions of these bingo cards.
Yeah, so we have some new people here. We have Mr. Frogman. Hello, Mr. Frogman. He's out. I wonder what role Sophia plays. Yes. Well, we're going to find out. She's going to. Let's see what Robert Saunders says. That is the flashback of Boyd shooting Abby. Oh, that was from before. Right.
Yes.
Yes,
Definitely,
that's right.
Right. 100% agree.
Okay. And Beehive Girl is here. Hi, Beehive Girl. It's so funny that this is the second time someone has called the cauliflower cabbage. Well, it's interesting.
Sorry.
Well, because they were collecting cabbage in the last season, though, right? They did mention that they had cabbage. But it is cabbage, I believe, isn't it? I mean, it looks like cauliflower, but I think it is cabbage. I think so. Okay.
I'm going to plead the fifth because I honestly don't know anymore. It could be both. It kind of looks like cauliflower the more I look at it. But the Cabbage Patch thing just came to mind first. Yeah, Beehive was like, that's cauliflower, Jen. Hello. What's wrong with you? I'm sorry. Shame.
That's funny. Okay.
Cauliflower Patch Kids.
I like what Bill says, cauli cabbage.
Cauli Cabbage Kids.
Oh, man. Yeah, but I think they are kind of like scarecrows. I do. I mean, they're just different kinds of scarecrows. But yeah, I think that was their purpose, though, to be like scarecrows.
I think they need to introduce something new, being that we have a death. There's always consequences for all of their actions.
Yes.
And we see this duality. So when we've seen the death and we had the cicadas released. So I know that nobody kind of really predicted it that I had seen. I know I had not thought of it. But now that I've seen the trailers, when it kind of all came flooding back to me, I'm like, it's a consequence for Fatima killing Tilly that these things are coming back. And that's going to obviously play into what's going on with Boyd and Elgin, and that's going to play into everything, and the truth eventually coming out, and obviously the divide coming in. And I know somebody in the chat had asked, what is Sophia's role in this? Well, we're going to see as it goes on that she's going to start clinging towards Kenny, and I think that we didn't expect this, and I know a lot of people swore this wouldn't happen, but I do think that there's going to be a divide between Kenny and Boyd, and they're going to go, and I think in the trailer that kind of really pushed me towards that direction. I mean, I could be totally wrong. Who knows? I mean, April 19th couldn't come quick enough, but I do see Kenny.
I don't know.
I don't know
if Kenny would ever turn against Boyd.
Yeah, but if Boyd's going to lose his mind and go crazy and do shit that he shouldn't do, then I could see Kenny being like, dude, my dad had to, you know what I mean? I could see him slowly breaking away and falling kind of for Sophia. And when love gets involved, people cut off people that they probably shouldn't. But I could see it happening. He doesn't want to be the lonely dragon anymore.
What, do you think that Sophia would turn against Boyd?
I think that if she doesn't think that he's giving justice and doing things the right way, I absolutely think that she will try to think that she can do something better, especially if she's done something in a congregation and organized people before and done things like that.
But what about
I could see Acosta jumping on board with them.
Yeah, well, I was going to say I could see Acosta leading it. Acosta and maybe Randall, because Randall, he's pretty angry at Boyd for what happened with the monsters. So I could see those two teaming up together, actually.
That's definitely a really good possibility. Yeah, I think he's always, I mean, he still has that jagged, gnarly ass scar on his
Yeah,
cheek.
every time he
Some
looks at
war story
himself,
shit.
it's a reminder.
Yeah.
You know,
That's a
I
whole
think
damn.
you want to talk about trauma. I mean,
I
that's
know.
some serious trauma there. So yeah, I think that he and Acosta could definitely team up against
I'm
Boyd.
sorry. I just read Fletch's comment. God will fill Kenny's heart now that he lost everyone, so Finn might not get closer to Kenny. Yeah. I love you, Fletch. That was so funny.
God will fill Kenny's heart. Yes. Okay, and I need Sarah to continue her. Right. Yeah. Well, I think Sarah will. I think she will. Definitely. She's not going to stop killing. And what did Samuel say? He said cabbage and cauliflower are closely related, right?
Wait, look what he read. He
Very
wrote even
technical.
above that. He wrote even above that. Cauliflower is nothing but cabbage with a college education.
That's cool. I like that.
I love it. This shot, I love it.
That's great.
Oh.
Yes. Okay. Now. Okay. So here's the next slide. So, what's the deal with this picture? What's your interpretation?
That's my interpretation of the Raggedy. I think of the Raggedy Dolls that we saw. If not, it's of not necessarily a monster. I think it could also be one of the child we see. We're going to see soon that we see the little girl that was Tabitha used to always dream of when she was younger. That was in front of the Red Rock. I think
Right.
that might be her because we're going to see her screaming at some point. So it's either the Raggedy Ann dolls or I think it's that little girl.
So the red represents the rock that she was hiding under. The right,
Or
in
it's
other
like
words-
the blood, like the way the blood is on her face is actually like Boulder Guy's blood, right? It's got the same
Right.
exact thing. She has,
Right.
You don't see any like mouse in her mouth, but she's got the same blood. So I think
Yes.
that I think
Yes.
they might be from that same cycle. And that's what Tabitha is having visions of. Jade's had a vision of her of the Boulder Guy.
But
Tabitha's
maybe that is the Boulder
like
guy,
the
though.
girl.
This
Or
could be the Boulder guy.
I thought the Boulder Guy didn't really have hair. I thought it was pretty bold, like a
Oh
bold,
yeah, that's true. That's true. Right.
bold,
So
bolder
somebody,
guy.
right, a bald guy. So this is somebody else. So you think this is the little girl? So she would have died like that?
I do. I think it might be the little girl. I mean, who knows? It could be wrong, but I think it might be her or the Raggedy, like I said, the Raggedy Ann dolls after they've eaten. Like if they've torn through somebody and they just have blood, like the way the blood is on them.
Right. Okay. That's interesting. Yes. Oh, and here's another picture. Another
Yeah.
one.
Kimberly says it too. She thinks she almost reminds her of the child version of Tabby. That's what I mean. The Tabby, the little girl version of Tabby. I agree, Kimberly. That's who I thought it was when I first saw it.
Right. And this looks like who would you say this is?
I don't know. I don't know who
Look
that
at
was.
the teeth. Look at the
I
teeth.
know. The teeth is what scares me. And then it looks like I can't tell if this is a beard, because if this is a beard, then I think it's the guy with the skull, because you see the eye gouged out and it's bleeding.
Yes.
And
Yes.
because he's colored in with pale skin and has like the brownish hair. And I believe I don't think that's blood on the bottom. I think that might be the reddish, gingery looking like hair from the guy with the skull. So that's who I thought it could be. I don't think it's one of the characters that we have here. I think both of the drawings that we just saw are flashbacks to the cycle with the little girl, because they're all from that cycle.
Right.
With
Right.
Red Rock and the Tabby vision and the guy with the one eye drinking the skull that we've seen. So I think that's what it is. And we're going to see part of that cycle, obviously, probably coming back. I think Robert Saunders had mentioned, and we've discussed it before, that one of the cat callings was for an older, scary looking colonial like woman. I believe that would be from this time period. So I think we're going to get some answers in that time period with what's going on with From and the rules and, what this game is. And yeah.
Okay. Oh, here we go.
There you go. There's Raggedy Ann. There's the Cabbage Patch, the evil Cabbage Patch doll, Collie Patch.
And she's standing up like a scarecrow, right?
Yes. And go to the next slide. She is clearly attacking somebody on the ground. Could that be our
Oh my
Marielle that
gosh.
she's attacking and goes into her? That's why we see Marielle chained. Like she's definitely grabbing somebody, and then it looks like the Scarecrow also has their right eye or left eye. It's
Yes.
missing an eye. It doesn't look like
Yes.
it matches. I can't tell which eye
Right.
is missing, but there's an eye missing,
There's an eye missing. Yes. Yes.
or at least
So-
it was blackened out.
So you think that she's attacking Marielle? You're thinking.
I was thinking it could be Marielle because of the theory that I had since when the cicadas went into Randall, Julie, and Marielle, and they were chained up in the dungeon. We don't see the other two. We see we see Julie and Randall in another scene walking through the dungeon, not chained in like our now times. But with Marielle chained up, I do think that maybe this Raggedy Ann doll looking like Cabbage Patch thing got to her.
Interesting. Maybe.
Or
I
it could
mean-
have gone to somebody else, or maybe that's it's killing the pastor right now. Who knows?
You know, it's interesting that you mentioned Tilly with this. I do get this sense that Tilly is affiliated with this in some way. I don't know why.
Just the way the dolls are made, that is such like a Tilly era that I could see her being afraid of those dolls, even though we don't know that yet. I could see that being a thing and coming out.
Right. Yeah.
If Clara comes out randomly and says it, I swear I will fall over. Like, this woman, she's just everywhere, just pops up with her
knows
big blue
everything.
dress and her big blue mouth and be like, oh yeah, Tilly was telling us this last time she did tarot readings. Like I can see her saying something wild like that. Like,
But what was she doing? She was crocheting something with Elgin. What was it? Owls they were making? What were they making?
Oh, I don't remember. Chat, let us know. Does anybody remember what she was crocheting when Elgin fell asleep before the kimono lady like got to him?
Yeah, they
I
were
know
doing
exactly
it
what you're talking
together.
about.
They were making owls, I believe. I'm trying to remember. I think it was owls.
If you remember owls, you probably are correct. I mean, the chat, I do not remember.
Yeah. So she was crocheting with Elgin. So maybe maybe she crocheted dolls.
Oh, look
Possibly.
at what Robert Saunders just put in the chat.
Mm.
That's what Bill Chill first said, that maybe someone dies and their fears come alive. That's what I was saying. I thought it was Tilly's fear coming to life, that she was been dead. But Robert Sanders said that he thinks the doll seems to be a nightmare of Boyd, and it is Megan Pratt's doll from the very, very first episode. He just sent me the picture in Discord, so I'm going to go pull that up. And if I can, I will share my screen. I'm telling you, Robert Sanders is the man. Oh,
Yes.
I see it. I see it. All right,
see
so he sent me a couple pictures. I'm going to put up the one. I'm going to share my screen very quickly.
Hey, Jen, where'd you go? Oh, there you are.
About that.
That's okay.
All right, let me share my screen. Let's see, where are you? Oh, hold on one second.
I like that. Robert is our man in yellow.
Robert is the man. I don't know how we will. He's just the best.
He has all the knowledge. Yes,
right.
B said Elgin's grandmother made owls, but he was also making them with Tilly, I remember. Okay.
All right, I am just, give me 1 second. Oh, that's not it. Let me insert image. It won't let me share it from the Discord tab, so I'm just pulling it up a different way. Un momento, por favor. Sí, aquí lo tengo. Got it.
Yeah, you know, I was thinking that, Mike, that Tilly, when she was dancing in the rain, it was kind of like she was doing like a ritual almost, like it was like a rain dance. And
Right.
yeah, I could see that it was very cultish in a way. It was like a ritual, and it could
Right.
encompass like some kind of voodoo or something. Yeah.
I'm sharing it. I don't know why it's not popping up. It says it's sharing. Can you see it?
No, I don't see it yet. No. Oh, wait. Here we go.
There we go. Now I can make it big for everybody.
Yeah. Yeah.
There we go. Robert Saunders. This is the picture, and there is Megan Pratt from episode 1, the first couple of minutes, right? Right in
Yes.
the very beginning.
And that's her doll. right.
Yep. And there's Boyd in the background right in front of the Beetle coming down the road with his
Yes.
bell, who's ringing it right off the bat. And there she
Yes.
is. Hold it. Good catch. That is 2 for 2. Robert Saunders.
Yeah,
Like,
amazing.
whoa.
So this doll does look like the Cabbage Patch dolls, you think?
Yeah.
Wow.
It looks like those, like the Raggedy Ann. Like
Can you zoom in? Can you zoom in more on that?
Let me go back to that image. Yes, I could zoom in if I.
Yes, Scarlett. Tilly made it rain. Exactly. Kimberly, you said dolls, not owls. But she wasn't crocheting dolls with Elgin. She was crocheting owls. Okay.
Yeah.
This looks like the Cabbage Patch doll. Absolutely. It
100%.
does.
Robert
Yes.
Saunders, 2 for 2. 100%.
Oh, Robert, you are phenomenal. Wow.
Really amazing.
Wow.
Oh, yes. That is absolutely what that is. It's so, yeah, this might be an extension of the nightmare that he's already having of reliving shooting Abby. And
Yes.
he's having his own, being tortured moment.
Look at
And
that face. Yeah. Wow. That's
that
amazing.
is, yes, good catch. And I know I don't have a shot of it now, but I believe when Boyd goes back up and he has Frank in there and he's like, look at her. I think they actually, at some point, again, they do show the doll in the room with blood on it. And now I'm going to have to go back and find that image and make it even, I wonder if she looks a little bit more torn up like this doll does than in the image we just saw, but 100%, Robert. Thank you. You are so amazing. Thank you, Robert Saunders.
Okay, Kimberly, I'm sorry I didn't see this before. Okay, so maybe Elgin makes the comment about Tilly being afraid of those dolls since they were making the crochet owls, and she could have said she doesn't like owls. Interesting.
Ooh, very good. That's a very good point. Hopefully we'll get to see that or it'll come back up at some point. Absolutely, Kimberly. I could see that happening there. But yeah, I definitely do think that it's tied to another person, a dead person's fear coming to life. Like I think Samuel had mentioned it or Bill Chill had mentioned it. That's definitely, I'm in agreement 1000%.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, because if she didn't like the dolls, she would do the owls. Absolutely. That makes perfect sense.
I agree, Doc. I wish they would have hired Alexis to do the dolls too. She's the best crocheter I've seen ever.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so yeah, this is pretty scary. This is really scary, but I really can see that. Yeah, so it would be Boyd's nightmare then. Absolutely.
I wonder if Boyd has a dream about it because he's seen it happen. Because obviously we see some other people digging them up. Like if this is like a long, prolonged dream that goes through steps, which is what we see, or if this is a premonition that Boyd has. He wakes up in the middle of the night and this is about to go down and he actually saw it before it happens.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah.
That I would like to find out. That's going to be a good reveal to see if this actually comes to fruition the way the cicadas did, or if only some people could see these, but Boyd can still see them.
It's definitely missing an eye because that is the eye the doll had.
Right.
The one on the right is actually a sewn eye. And you can see the one on the left is missing the eye. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, yeah, and here's Boyd sleeping. Right. So he's having this nightmare. That's
right. And then he wakes up from the nightmare. Right. Clearly working through some shit.
Absolutely. Yes. And now we come to the tree on the road, the pastor and his daughter.
Yes.
And there is the pastor. And he is not the pastor that was in Camden.
No, definitely not. That was And
here's Sophia. And I'm sorry, what were you going to say?
I was going to say that he actually, I'm not sure if they're the same, the way his outfit is. I think we were talking about this, that the difference between a priest and a pastor. So I definitely do believe that this is a pastor, not a priest, despite what he's wearing, is the point I was going to make.
Oh, yeah. Well, he has a daughter, right?
Right.
I
think that is actually his daughter. Like, it's not an adopted daughter.
Right. It's his daughter. So you would say he's a pastor, right?
Right.
Now she looks older here. She looks like she could be 19, 20 here, actually. She does. Those dresses that she wears, she wears like these old-fashioned frumpy dresses, So, yeah. Okay. And her hair is very long, and you could see like she's not, she doesn't beautify herself. She's just plain. She's very
Right.
plain. She dresses plain. And yeah, she probably is older. I agree. And this, yeah, go ahead. Mhm.
In the chat, they're talking about the tree, Bee and Marjorie, and I agree. I think every tree that we've seen that's fallen has been a different tree because it depends on what area and what part of the world, or not really world, but part of the country they're in. Obviously, they have different trees in different parts of our country. So I
Right.
do think, and this is probably, I can't see, there it is. I think it's, Scarlett puts it, it's like one of the skinniest trees that we've seen that's come down.
Yes.
The other
Yes.
trees are these huge, big trees. This little skinny little thing.
It is. It's a very thin tree. It's interesting. And it is different for everybody. It's absolutely right.
And
And I like what Scarlett says, the sister wife dress. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And let's see, what else are people saying? I don't think her dad is long for this season, Doc says. Yeah, I agree. I don't think so either.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think he makes it to the first night.
Yeah, I think he dies in the first episode. It's not the same pastor as Tabitha saw, right? Yeah, we had said that.
Bill Chill, the From trees are starving. Not enough deaths in season 3.
That's funny.
They're drinking
Yes,
something
and I
bad.
agree. I agree, Fletch, that the missing eyes are a theme of the show. It's constant, and it's the
Yes.
same eye. It's the same eye that's missing, right?
Mhm. Yeah. It's usually always the left eye, I believe.
Yes. Okay, let's
Which,
see.
yeah.
What else? Oh, hey, Amy's here. Hi, Amy.
Amy.
Get a monster truck and just drive over
A little
it.
grave
Yes.
digger.
Like one of those, like those little 4-wheel drive. They just got over the tree, right? That's funny. Okay, yeah, and yeah, Bill. What was it? What Bill was saying? I just lost it. Where is that? The From trees are starving. Not enough deaths. Yeah. Well, I think this season we're going to have a lot of deaths. I
Yeah.
think that we're going to make up for what we didn't have in season 3.
Yeah.
Because there's too many characters on the show, really.
Yeah.
And if they're only going to have one more season, they have to start, killing people off.
At one point, Boyd says we're losing. And I think when he says that, he's talking about the bodies that are dropping.
Right. Exactly. And okay, missing eyes, missing throat and ears. Season to come. Yeah. I agree. Let's see. I think eventually somebody would have a chainsaw. Yeah, that would be nice, right? To see somebody saying, "Okay, I'm going to just saw this tree down," right? Yeah, that would be funny. Okay, so yeah, so now we're on this slide, and basically, Boyd is they're having a gathering there, and Donna says, Boyd, people are going to want to know what you saw down there, what happened. So, what do you think is going to happen here? Do you think Boyd's going to tell her what he saw? About
Well,
Smiley?
keeping with the no, he might have told her, but I don't think he's really going to tell. I don't think at this point that he's told her at all, to be honest. Will he eventually tell her? Possibly. But in keeping with the From tradition, they don't ever talk. Even the town hall that
Right.
they tried to, hold went so badly. I mean, one of their biggest issues and obstacles is themselves because they don't communicate. And so I don't think that he's going to tell her. But I like the duality of him standing at that window because they're in they're in Ellis and Fatima's room. And if you remember from from episode 1, season 1, when Fatima first meets Julie and brings her up to the room and tells her not to look down, but to look out that window, she gives her this whole image of hope.
Yes,
And I feel like
right.
here we're going to get this whole image and we start to hear Boyd go through this despair, right? 2 seasons ago, Boyd was like, there's got to be a way to, to kill them. I'm going to capture one. And we're going
Right.
to figure out how to tell it like he
Right.
was so hopeful about doing this. And then, blood of my blood, worms and all, went through all of that. And now that he just saw Smiley reborn, all of that hope has been ripped away from him. So like
Yes.
when in the very beginning of season 3, episode 1 with Tai Chin, they really were like, we can't break you, we'll see. And by the end of episode 10 in season 3, with him seeing Smiley being reborn, he has been broken. And I think that's what we're going to really see in episode 4 is the after effects and how he just mentally unravels, knowing or feeling that he's been broken. And not only just feeling this sense of despair and loss, but knowing that he swore, you can't break me. And he has to eat crow. He has to eat those words.
Exactly.
So
I just
think
want to
that's
say,
what eat him up.
yeah, I just want to say hi to Jeremy Ice and Fire. Jeremy, thank you for coming. It's so nice to see you.
Hey, Jeremy.
Heard your trailer review earlier today, and it's really a great trailer. I mean, we're having so much fun talking about it.
I will go watch it. I have not seen any trailers. I've been off of Discord. I've been off of everything. So I was going to come on. And I wanted to have my most brutal, just out there theories and everything. So I've not seen it, but you're in my queue, Jeremy. I'll be catching you on the rewatch as soon as we're done with the live.
Yes. And then I saw a couple of other things that I thought were funny. Oh, yeah. Bill Chill says Christy's hairdo, right?
Look
I
at her.
mean, her hair, she looks like she put like a bowl on top of her head and just cut around it, right?
She looks like Ethan, like a weird, like teenage pubic version of Ethan. I'm like, what are you doing? Like,
Yes.
what is with her hair? It almost looks
why
like
does she
the next
have to
5
have
years
the
what
most-
Ethan's gonna look like.
Why does she have to have the most screwed up hair of everybody there? Why do they only focus on her? That's what I want.
No. I think it's the karma because she didn't want to get with Kenny and she kept him so now she kind of like looks like a boy. I don't know. I don't. But like
That's
it's
funny.
just horrible. Like I had to zoom in. I'm like, I know that's Christy, but why does she look so like a little boy in the corner? Like it's so weird.
Yeah.
Even the way she's sitting, like she doesn't.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, she's really upset.
She looks so bad.
But she's really like freaked out by Boyd now at what Boyd did to Elgin. She's a little,
Right.
you could see she's like a little afraid of Boyd. She's looking at him like, what's the deal with you? What's going on with you?
I wonder if she's gonna be one of the catalysts for the fraction that's gonna happen with people breaking away from Boyd, because she's the one that's gonna can sit there and say like he medically is unstable. He's having a mental crisis. He's actually going mad. And I know in the previous seasons we've talked about how Christopher went mad, right? And I know all of us, since we know Jade is his reincarnate, we all assumed in watching Jade try to break everything down with the symbols and laying down the bar, we kind of all have made, not everybody, but the general population of a lot of the things that I've seen previously, they've all said Jade possibly can go mad, right? That's definitely a theory that's out there.
Right.
And I think here we don't see that, right? As we start to see the trailer, we're going to see Jade go off on his own like little quest. But we really see Boyd unravel here. He's really been broken. And there's almost like a parallel to the way he's feeling and acting out to what we kind of are going to see Fatima going through. I think both of them have been completely broken. And I think the fact that he's here in front of this window now, when a whole season or 2 seasons ago, there was 3 seasons ago, they were standing in front of that window and Donna was getting ready to celebrate Fatima's 1 year and everybody's so hopeful. They got married in front of that window. There was a lot that happened there. And now it's a complete 180. Now it's
exactly.
Complete 180.
So I just want to say, Fletch, this is funny because we've always talked about this. Lauren was the one that, I mean, that's what Boyd had said to Ellis in season 1. And Ellis says, I know who Lauren is, but we don't know who Lauren is. We have no idea what the connection was between Lauren and Ellis, right? I just thought that was a great callback.
She's the baker.
So exactly. So yeah, I just love that. That was great. And then there was something else that I saw here too, that somebody said something similar. It was a callback and I can't find it right now. I'll see if I can find it later. But hi, Shadow Skulk. Shadow Skulk is here too. Nice to see you. Okay, let's go on to the next slide. So they're asking Boyd, and look at her face. I mean, she looks like Boyd, you're not who I thought you were,
Right.
And of course, and now we're seeing Boyd back in the cave when he went down there. And it's
Right.
interesting because now we see Jade down there. And who is this? You know who I thought this looked like? The kid from the Institute. That
Oh,
kid. What was
okay.
his name? That kid. I forgot his name.
Lucas? No.
No, the little one. The little one. It looks
Oh.
like him.
Yes. Oh, I can't think what his name is now. Oh my gosh.
But it looks just like him. Maybe that's him.
So
Maybe that's
who
the
do
same
you-
actor.
if you go back to the scene before, I talk about a throwback. This will date me a little bit. So this scene, have you ever seen the March of the Wooden Soldiers that they play
Yes.
on Thanksgiving every year?
Yeah, yeah.
So do you
yeah.
remember when Barnabas goes down to the caves to where like the boogeymen are, and he's
Yeah.
got the lantern, he's walking through, and Barnabas has that scraggly beard. I know he's got a hat, but the way he looks at it, I was like, Jade has this Barnaby looking like face, and like, you know, he's going to these caves to find the boogeyman, with the boogeyman or the monsters. So I kind of thought that, you know, for any throwbacks back there, anybody that's, you know, from the 90s, 1900s, let me know if you kind of see that resemblance. To me, just, you know, going into caves and boogeyman, it was just there for me. And then when he sees the little kid in the next slide, who do you think that little kid is? Chat, let me know. Avery, thank you, Bill Chill.
Avery. It's Avery.
Avery.
It's Avery. I tell you, it looks like the actor. It really does. And what does Jeremy say? I think that's a vision of a young version of Jade.
Same.
Yeah,
That's
I see it.
exactly what I think,
Yeah.
Jeremy. Absolutely.
Yes.
I
Yeah,
think
it
it's
makes
only
sense.
fitting, since Tabitha's seeing earlier versions of herself from that time period, that Jade would see an earlier version of himself as well.
Yeah. Yeah, it does. I think you're right. I think it is young Jade. But let me ask you, when do you think he's going in the cave now? Like, is this going to
So-
be like in the middle of the season or later in the season? What do you think?
So it could be one of two things. It could be kind of earlier on, like he himself, when Donna had just said, there's a lot of people out there that are going to want to know what happened down there. That's her exact line. So I'm wondering if one of those people that really wants to know is Jade. We've seen him be very independent before and kind of take on some of these quests and go find things on his own. And if no one's going to help him, well, to hell with you, I'll go do it myself kind of a attitude. And I don't think that Jade is broken. I think Jade, more than ever, now has some kind of a footing or a foundation to work from. He was always waiting for some kind of a piece to make sense to all the other little pieces he's been trying to put together. And now Ankui, right? Now he's remembered.
Yes.
And we're going to see further on as the trailer goes on that message that we saw in the teaser, the trailer comes, you know, knowledge comes at a cost. We're going to see that play in and what Jade says about it. So this could be, I mean, like I said, halfway through, maybe like season episode 3 or 4, or maybe they were able to kind of convince him and not tell him, and Boyd has been giving her the runaround, and once Boyd really starts to snap halfway through the season, so maybe more around like episode 6 or 7, Jade's like, all right, to hell with you guys, and then acts then, especially what we see go through. I think maybe Jade's gonna go down halfway through the season and we'll see him down there for a couple seasons. I'm hoping it's not one episode that Jade's just down there and we see what we see further on the trailer. I'm hoping it'll go a little longer, that we'll see him go through quite a length of cave.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's go on. So this scene, we have Tabitha and Julie, and Julie saying, "Where is Dad?" And we see it's getting dark.
One moment. I'm sorry. Scarlett just put something in the chat. She said she sent the hermit card to me in Discord, that Jade is even in the same pose. So the hermit card, let's bring this up because now I want to see what this looks like, going back to what the last post we have. Oh, here it is. Oh, yes.
The hermit, you mean
hermit.
tarot card? The tarot cards. You have it?
Yes.
Let me let's put that up.
Yes. Let me grab this image and I'll put that in. Give me 1 second just to move some stuff around. That is a good call, Scarlett. I mean, we have such a great chat, such a great community that they're all so smart together collectively.
The family, yes.
If we ever go into the apocalypse, we all need to find we need to have a common base so we all can find each other and survive. Seriously. Okay.
You got it?
Yep. All right.
Wait,
And
that's not it.
where am I? Let me share my screen. All right. Can you guys see it?
Wait, hold on. You got it up?
Yeah.
Okay. It's very small. I don't. Oh,
Oh,
okay. Wait a
shoot, I
second.
just went to- hold on. Okay, let
Okay,
me.
on the left, right? The
Right.
hermit.
Yeah, let me see if I can.
Yeah,
So
if
you
you can
can
make it
see.
bigger.
Yeah. Oh,
That's
they are in that
interesting.
same position.
Right.
The hermit. Yep. And then it's interesting that there's a Roman numeral 9 above it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know much about tarot at all. So by any means in the chat, Scarlett, it seems like
Well,
you may know about.
there's 10 major arcana cards, they're called. So this is number
Okay.
9. And the hangman must be Jim.
Yes.
Must be Jim. There's the hangman. There are
Do you
the
know-
lovers.
Do you know
Go
what the
ahead.
number is? What the number is for the hangman? The way this is number 9?
I don't remember. I there was the Joker, the Fool. I'm sorry, the Fool, the lovers, the hermit, the Tower. The Tower. Yes,
Tower.
the Tower.
The Tower.
Oh my God. Yeah, I used to do tarot cards years ago. I haven't done them in years. The Tower, the Sun. I'll have to work on this. The Sun, the Tower. I can't remember all of them now. The lovers. I can't remember. But yeah, the Tower. That's interesting. Number 4. Number
Okay.
4 is the Hanging Man.
We know that we love that number 4.
Okay, there are 22 major arcana cards. I thought there were 10. I guess, okay. It was a long time ago. I mean, there are a lot of minor arcana cards.
The
But-
lovers are 6.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The hangman is 4. Lovers are 6. I'm going to write this down so we can work on this. Good catch, Scarlett. Thank you so much.
Yes, that was great. Great, Scarlett. I like it.
Mm-hmm.
But I have to go through the major arcana ones and take a look. I didn't know there were 22 of them. I remember them being like 10 or 12. 56 minor. Thank you, Debbie. Right. Yeah, the minor ones are like the cups, the baton, and then you have like, 1 through 12 of each one. So yeah. Okay. Anyway, let's get back to this. So here we go. So we're talking about Jim now. Where is Jim? Jim is very late coming back. And
Yeah.
Julie says, where is he? I mean, it's getting dark already, right? So, and then the scene switches to the daytime. So we know that Jim never comes back, obviously. And Tabby is walking outside in the daytime, and that's when she sees Jade. Well, then, okay, so then we see her walking through the forest. Here she looks like she's in shock. I think she must have just found out Jim died. I mean, look at her face.
Right. I
Right.
can't tell if it's a look of shock and she's walking away because they found him, or if she's trying to find him and she sees something of Jim's on the ground and she's in shock. I think it could go either way. Either she's walking away because she's in disbelief and shock and she needs just to step away and she's just aimlessly walking, or she's in shock because he hasn't come back and she's looking for him. And I mean, there was a lot of blood that came out of his neck. There's got to be a lot of blood somewhere, or maybe something that he drops. I'm not sure if he's.
I don't think she's looking. I don't think she's looking at his body here. I think she's just.
No, I don't think it's the body.
Right.
I definitely don't think it's the body, but it could be something on the ground, or like you said, walking away in disbelief or shock because they just discovered it.
Mm-hmm. Well, here Jade sees her and he says, "We have to talk." So he's going to tell her. He obviously knows that Jim is dead. He knows it, and now he's going to break the news to Tabby. That's how I'm interpreting this scene.
I don't know. I'm not sure if that's what I think. I think that I think he needs closure because remember when he was playing the violin at the bottle tree and they had
Yeah.
their Nkui moment, she remembered and the child, the Nkui kid went up to her and then she left because she couldn't handle it. And she
Right.
kind of left him standing there. And I think, Jade being the knowledgeable person that he is, that he just likes to take in tons of information about things. I think he just sat there in that moment and absorbed it all. And now he's looking to go to Tabitha to discuss the Nkui. Right.
Uh-huh.
This moment of clarity, this moment of remembering, this moment of whatever flashbacks and visions that they've just gotten.
I
And
see.
he's still in shock because he's on overload. Like
Right.
he just got zapped with an Nkui lightning bolt and he just needs to know and get some closure so they could talk about what did she see, like what it is.
So you don't
And I
think
that's
that
what-
they know, I'm sorry, you don't think
I-
that they know that he's dead at this moment?
Not yet.
Okay.
I don't think so. I think they're looking for Jim. They know they can't find Jim. I think at this moment, maybe Tabitha thinks and the kids think that Jade is going to say something about Jim, but I think he's wants some clarity or closure on this Nkui moment that they just had at the end of season 3.
Mhm. I like what Kimberly said. What if the man in yellow was able to conceal the body and that there is no evidence of Jim, which is why he can shapeshift into him and trick everyone? Yeah, I like
Yes.
that, Kimberly. That's great. Yes. But we do see later on that there is a scene in the barn where it looks like they do find Jim's body, though. We'll
Right.
get to that.
So just kind of pay attention to the clothes that Ethan is wearing right here. That's what
Yeah.
I was doing. And so
Uh-huh.
we see here that he's in a checkered jacket. When he was in the funeral, he was wearing a solid, like dark green sweatshirt. So there's 2 different outfits so far that we're going to see Ethan in. And then when we get that moment with him and Jim, quote unquote, just check out the clothing that he's wearing there. And then we can make some predictions from that.
Ah, okay, cool. I like it. By the way, Scarlett said Temperance is another major Arcana card, right? And then there is Justice. Yes. You're good, Scarlett.
She
Here we
mentioned
go.
in the chat that she reads tarot, and then Bill Chill's dropping all this numerology stuff. Man, I love
cool.
numerology. Between
me
the number
too.
9, he has
Me
some
too.
really great stuff about 9, and
Great.
that's Debbie Ebby's favorite number.
Okay, so Bill, did Bill talk about what 9 means?
Yeah, Bill said 9 symbolizes completion, humanitarianism, and spiritual wisdom. It represents the end of a cycle, encouraging reflection, transformation, and letting go of the past.
It's interesting because the number 9 is almost the infinity sign. It's interesting the way, so it would make sense it's about completion, but it also is ongoing. So I like that because the infinity sign plays a role later in the video, which we'll get to.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Indeed.
The end of the cycle. Yeah,
Indeed.
interesting. And letting go of the past. Yes.
Indeed.
Everybody here is holding on to the past. Everybody.
Yes.
So here, major arcana. So we have the Fool, the Magician, the Empress, the Emperor. Yes, that's right. Empress. So who's the Empress and who's the Emperor? Interesting. The Chariot.
That would be Tabitha and Jade.
Yes. And the Chariot. Who was coming in on the Chariot to save everybody?
I think that would be Boyd on his horse in a boat.
The boat. Boyd's boat.
Boyd on his pony on a boat.
Right. That's right. And then there's the sun and the moon, right? The star, the world, the tower, the devil. Well, that's the man in yellow, the devil.
Yes.
The Pope. Is that Sophia now?
Ooh, not
The
sure.
Hermit. We know Jade is not the Hermit, but he was in
We
the
saw
card.
him
He
in
looked
that,
like the
right.
Hermit. And Strength and the Wheel of Fortune. Yes. And Death, of course.
And Death.
Right. So this is cool, right?
Yeah, it is. I definitely need to get into this a little bit more.
I think
can't
we
wait
should
to
do a
take break.
stream. We should do a stream on this.
Yes.
Do some research on how these major arcana cards are in from and who they represent. I think that would be great.
Ooh. Scarlett also just sent me some stuff about the 4 and the 7 and the Hangman.
Uh-huh.
Yes. All right.
What did she say?
So she sent me the picture of it and what it looks like, the 4 and the 7. And then she's going to be going live with Julie soon. So maybe possibly talking about it there. But
Okay.
the hangman, yeah, we definitely need to research it. She just sent me the pictures of the hangman and the tarot card. There's no more explanation on it. So we'll get into that a little bit
Okay.
more. So we can research that and get into that too, Lori.
Okay,
And
great.
you have so much knowledge on it. I'm definitely going to try to look some stuff up and learn so I can keep up with you.
Oh, well, thank you. I don't have that much knowledge on it. I mean, like I said, it was years ago, but I do know some stuff about it. Yes, Bill, you're right. 8 is infinite. I don't know why I said 9. You're absolutely right. After I said, I'm like, wait a minute, I think it's 8, not 9. But he's right. Okay. So, all right. So let's go on. So we got that. And okay, so they're opening up the barn door here, and this is where they come in and they see knowledge comes at a cost. So this was actually written inside the barn, and we thought it was just part of the teaser, right?
Right.
So
yeah, I thought it was just wordplay for the teaser. I didn't think it would be physically written on the door or in the barn like it's showing. So that was definitely a nice surprise. I was like, oh crap, it's really there.
Right. Yeah. So, and who wrote it? The man in yellow must have written it, right? Who else is going to write it?
I agree.
So, but this is where I think they find Jim's body. Oh, that you see the was it Alma? The little
the goats.
And here, yeah, you see she's crying. So I think this is where his body is.
I'm not sure yet if it's here or not.
Well, is she crying because it says knowledge comes at a cost?
I think she came into the barn thinking she's going to see Jim, and she sees the words that knowledge comes at a cost, and Jade is right behind her. And that's when he says, hold on, I have it here. He says, it means everything. Yeah. Tabitha, we need to talk. We saw that. And then in this scene, he says, it means everything they showed us is real. I think they're doing this to make us afraid. And Tabitha in this scene says, well, then it worked.
Yes.
So I think that she's just terrified, because I don't think that they've yet said the entire, I'm going to call it the Nkui moments. I don't think that we really know everything that they know just yet. So they're still kind of in the after moments of all this. I still think they're in the next day. I think this is episode 1 or 2. Mm-hmm. I definitely think this is in the very, very beginning of the season. And as it plays on, I think we'll see where they possibly find Jim's body.
But there is a scene later where they do show her breaking down and Boyd is holding her. And it is in the barn. It is in the barn. So I do think he's in the barn. But we'll get to it later.
I wonder if he, like you said, the man in yellow just has his body hidden because he's shapeshifted into him. So at this point, he's not in the barn, but he'll be placed into the barn a little bit later.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I think, yeah,
that makes sense.
A possibility. Yep.
Yeah, because he did write it. He did write knowledge comes at a cost, right? Mm-hmm. And then he probably puts his body there later. That would make sense. So Victor is digging, and there's Henry with him. And did he dig up this picture? Is that what it was?
So that's what I was curious. I'm like, did he dig it up and find it? But not for nothing. For that to be paper and be buried in there, I know From is a magical place, but it would have decomposed. I mean, the science brain that I have,
and then all the ink and all the ink and all the crayon would have just smeared all over the place.
Unless we're not seeing it like in like consecutive scenes where they showed us like the beginning of a scene. There's like 10 scenes, and then there's this scene that we're seeing, and it was inside of a bottle, something of that nature. Or maybe he says that he remembers something from the man in yellow and he's looking for some object. And as he's talking, because they're right next to the little truck that Victor hides out in, even though there's no amulet there, that we've seen Tabitha and Boyd in from previous, the previous seasons. So maybe he's saying something to Henry, and Henry goes up to it and pulls it off of the wall. That's the only thing I can think of, because it looks awfully nice to have been just dug up out of the ground, in my opinion, but he's definitely digging for something. And I do believe it's related to the man in yellow. Well,
yeah, I mean, definitely that is the man in yellow in the picture, right? I mean, that is him. So
Scarlett put that it looks like Charlie Brown.
Well,
Debbie Abby's hearing Charlie Brown music in her head now.
That's funny. That's funny. Charlie Brown in a yellow suit. That's funny. Oh, hi, Julie. Julie's here. How you doing, Julie? Yeah, this trailer was really crazy. Yes. Oh, and
really
Big Heck is here too. Hi, Big Heck.
Hey, Big Heck.
Yeah. So you don't think this is what was buried? Then you think it was something else? Yeah,
Unless,
because it wouldn't have survived. But why are they looking at it there though? Maybe it was inside something else.
That's
Maybe
what I
he had
mean.
it buried. Yeah,
I think he's
inside
right next to
something.
the trailer, right? He's right next to Victor's little trailer. So I'm thinking he took it off the wall because, I mean, it could be ripped, but the corner of it looks like that might be like some yellow tape that it was taped up on the wall. We know that he has a lot of his images taped in the wall in there, or just it was in one of his piles that he has in that trailer. He's definitely digging and looking for something though. And we know he buried objects. So it's got to be some object, maybe even related to Eloise. I mean, we really don't know exactly why he's digging little holes, but it's definitely, I don't think he pulled the picture of the hole. I don't think he found it. Yeah.
I
He's digging
agree.
for something else. I just think it's all related in the scene.
Yeah, right. I agree with you. Yeah. But Victor certainly has seen the man in yellow. We know that now.
Yes. And we do know that. And he never
we
shows
wonder.
us any of these pictures because if he's the storyteller, right? If Victor has the storyteller role in this
Right.
Fromville, he only likes to draw people after they've died or hide things so people don't see it. So the story kind of stays hidden and isn't told, or, you know, they don't come to life or come at him or come after the people that he, you know, cares about that are in From. So now that the man in yellow's presented himself, right now he can kind of show the pictures that he has of them. And it can be spoken about. And he might be like, yeah, there's pictures of him, but there's something that he left behind last time I saw him. And maybe he's digging for something that has to do with something the way he went after Jasper for Christopher.
Right. But the thing, Jen, too, is that he may not have remembered the man in yellow until he actually saw him again. And then he went and he dug up the picture, which is what happened with Eloise, right?
Right.
He forgot about her and then he remembered her and then he found all her drawings. So, and I think that's what it was. He blocked a lot of stuff. Let's face it. Victor is suffering from trauma, PTSD, and he's blocked so many things. So, and what he does is he buries every picture that he draws because he doesn't want to remember. He says the pictures will remember. So he buries it knowing that the memory is buried, right? It's interesting. It's like, it's very symbolic of repressing a memory. He is burying the memory. And when he's ready to remember it, he digs it up. So that's very interesting.
Right.
Okay,
like
so now
said PTSD for sure. Shadow Skulk for sure.
Yeah, definitely PTSD. He was very traumatized. So here they find the man in yellow's jacket. So he took off his suit jacket. And I guess the pants too, but they're only showing the jacket, right?
Yeah, I'm assuming our friend Mr. Dougie Hughes had a little nude moment right there in the woods. I was really
his clothes off.
There was a moment that I was waiting for him to be like, my precious. It just looked so much like that.
And what is it? Some like sticks are next to it or something?
Yes.
It's like sticks, right?
Right.
Yeah. It's so funny. It's like that jacket is so filthy. He just throws it on the ground.
Do you think that stick is like the torch that Boyd used when he defeated the music box monster?
That's interesting. I was thinking about that. I don't know though. Do you think so? I mean, why would the man in yellow have it?
I'm not sure, but I know that where it is at the very end is very dark. It's definitely discolored from the rest of the log, like it's been burnt and being held as a torch. So what if the man in yellow, he's able to story walk and go back and forth the way we're going to see in a couple scenes later as we go through with Julie, or that we've seen before, and he took off all his clothes and he was able to jump into Jim, but he needs that torch to get back and forth between dimensions, like was. So what if he left his little pile there because he's coming back for it? Like that's his suit and that's his torch, so he can get back and forth between the time dimensions that he's going through, whatever you want to call it. But like the difference between like where Boyd was, where obviously the dungeon leads to where it is just ruins now. So obviously doing some type of story walking. And we see in the end of season 3, right, he story walked and followed Julie, who was story walking. So we know he can do that. And I think the torch might be, I don't know, some mode of device or a way to kind of do it, almost like a magic
Yeah.
portal kind of a thing.
Yeah, that's interesting because it could be like something that you would use to go through time, to travel, to go through the portals, right?
Right.
It could be that. I agree. That's a very interesting point. So and then Victor's staring at it and he's recognizing it, and you see the look on his face. He's very traumatized by
The
it.
memories, I think, are coming back. Like if
Yes.
he's being triggered at this moment, you almost see the triggering on his face. Like he's like,
Yes.
oh,
Yes.
you almost want him to start like twitching and like tweaking out
Yes.
for a moment because like it's so
But
horrible.
they showed it in the teaser. They showed him
Yes.
sitting on the ground by the tree with Henry, and he's slapping himself. No, he's not slapping himself. He's crying. He's
Right.
crying hysterically. So
Correct.
that was the reaction of the memory of the trauma. That was the aftermath of showing the picture to Henry, and then he was
Right.
crying.
Right.
So okay, so here's Marielle saying, you wrote it down what she said, right?
Yes. There's something ancient here and it's feeding off our suffering and it doesn't stop.
Yes. So, at the end of the last season, Christy said, so how are you being affected by being in this coma, this cicada coma? And she finally said, I need to know you're okay. And are you okay? And she says, no, I'm not. So we don't know how it's manifesting for her. We
Right.
know for Julie hears screaming constantly. We know that Randall hears the cicadas buzzing in his head, but we don't know how it's manifesting in her.
Right. We don't.
Something is
she
getting
clearly
into her
knows
head.
something.
She clearly knows something. Something is getting inside of her head. And then, of course, the jukebox just goes on by itself. I wonder what song it's playing. We have no idea, but it's
Yeah.
on.
Nothing but a
Okay,
mystery.
so here we know there's a dead body there. And is that the priest's body or is that Tilly? Because it looks kind of small, that body, right?
Right.
I'm thinking
So-
that's Tilly's body.
Well, as they go in, the boots, the hands, the way everything kind of looks. So we see that it's Jade, Ellis, and Boyd pushing the body, and we see Boyd still wearing the jacket. So I think you might be right. I think it's probably either the priest or Tilly because it's early on. But I mean, Boyd really hasn't changed his outfit too much, so it's a possibility that it might be a third victim.
Interesting.
Right. I do think it's probably just from where it is. I think that's early on. I think this is episode 1. I think this is the
So-
cleanup.
Look at the shoe. That does look like the pastor. Look at the shoe.
Right.
Looks like a man's shoe.
Right.
And probably the pastor.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking it was the pastor. I mean, again, possibly could be Tilly as well, the pastor or a third victim. But I would say from the way they all look and are, I'm going with the pastor or Tilly.
Yeah. I just think it looks like a man's shoe, so I'm thinking it's the pastor. Oh wait, we have an arm here too.
Right. You
Hand.
can see the arm that falls out. So I was also trying to find out exactly what was Jim wearing at the very end, just to see if it could possibly be Jim. Because you can see it's got a blue shirt on, right? And that dark black boot and a dark, so it could be, I mean, I thought it was blue. So if it's blue, I'm going to lean more towards Tilly because the pastor's wearing all black.
Yeah, that's right.
So.
But he was wearing a coat over his
Right, he had a black. Right, he had a blazer.
What color was the blazer? I don't remember now. I think it was light color. I think it was like a beige, maybe.
The pastor.
Sure. Yeah,
I think
we'll have to go back.
I'm looking right now, real quick.
Okay.
He is. Oh, you're right. It is a light, like olive color green jacket over his black. So, but it's still olive green. It would be, and that's definitely a blue. So I'm gonna go with
a gray beige jacket. Yeah,
gray, like an olivey gray. I mean, an olivey gray color jacket. So I'm gonna go with Tilly.
Hmm. Now,
Yes,
people are thinking it's Jim, because what was Jim? Jim was wearing what color shirt was Jim wearing? He was wearing a jacket, right?
Yeah,
He was
gray
wearing a blue jacket. Hi, Dieter. Dieter is here. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't remember what he was wearing.
So I have up what he was wearing. He's wearing like a dark gray jacket, but I'm trying to find out what shirt he had underneath it. Let's see.
I didn't expect Doug to be topless. Yeah, that's right.
Oh, it could be. Jim does have a blue shirt underneath that jacket. It could be.
So it's probably Jim then.
It could
It's
be Jim.
probably him. Yep.
Let me see if I can find what Tilly was wearing when Fatima killed her in the greenhouse.
Yeah, I think those are Jim's shoes, actually. Yeah, I think that's Jim.
All right, and yeah, Tilly's wearing white and brown. She's wearing a white shirt and a brown sweater. So definitely not Tilly. I'm going to go with, from that little bit of research we just did, then that's probably Jim.
Yeah, that's Jim. Okay, and that's why they're so upset, because if it was the priest, I mean, of course it's upsetting, but they don't know this priest. They don't know.
They don't know the right.
Right. I mean, but this is somebody they know. You know, look at his face. Look at Ellis's face. I mean, it's probably Jim. I would say it's Jim.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with that. That I think, yeah, we just kind of deduced that that's definitely Jim.
Right. And now we have Julie and Randall entering that sacred place, the time zone. And
right?
it's interesting that Randall is going there with her, because he didn't want to go. He's afraid
right.
of it.
Right. And that's what I mean. I know I said earlier in the episode, there's a shift, right? There's this whole shift and imbalance of what's kind of going on and going down between them. People that had hope before don't have it now. People that had, no hope are starting to get it now. So I think Randall is starting to really face his fear and be a little bit more courageous, considering what everything that's happening with everybody. I think he's willing to take that step, always be there for her. And after he let her go before and she had that seizure and was just with Ethan, I think that also probably will play a little bit on his guilt. So he's like, I can't let you go out there and have a seizure by yourself. So,
and especially if Jim is dead, they know Jim is dead, he feels that he wants to look after her for Jim's sake also.
Right. And I definitely do think at this point that they know that Jim is dead, because I think that Jim's death is the catalyst for her story walking at this point. At least coming to terms with what it is that happens. Right? She's done it before without really realizing it.
So in a way, Randall's being like an older brother to her, like a father figure to her. He's watching over her. That's why he's there.
Yes.
But you could see he's very uncomfortable being in this place,
I know. Look at his face. He's like, are you sure? Like, really here? Yeah. Oh God, why am I here? And she's like, yes, here. By the way, none of this is said. This is just me putting in my own little words.
Right.
But you can almost like read the expressions off their face.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And here, I don't know what is Boyd saying. What is he saying to Donna? Do you remember?
Yeah, I have it written down. This is where Boyd says, we're losing. We're running out of time, and we still don't know the goddamn rules. There is no way to fight back against against those things.
Yeah.
So, and it's between this scene and the next scene that he says that whole little spiel. So we really hear the despair in his voice and like the anger that's falling behind it, because he swore he was going to find a way out, and he had so much hope, especially with the worms and everything that happened when they finally killed Smiley. And I think at this point, this is where Donna now knows that Smiley is back. So I think when we saw Boyd earlier on in the trailer and he was standing in Fatima and Ellis's room looking out and it was at night, I don't think that he had told Donna yet, but this now maybe the next morning or a day or two after, for all we know. And I think at this point, he's either mentioned it to Donna and they know, or this is the point where he's going to tell them what happened and why he is so hopeless and in despair.
Right.
And because it's not just Donna that's in this room. I think in the next slide, you can see that it's Donna, Tabitha, Ellis, and I think Kenny they're all together.
Mhm. Yeah, let's check that now. Yeah, they're all together. Yes.
Oh, Jade Ellis. No, Kenny, it's my fault. I thought so it's Jade, Donna, Ellis, and Tabitha.
Mhm.
And you can see on the desk is the man in yellow suit.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
So I think with the discovery, obviously Victor, who was it? Victor, Ethan, and Jade obviously were there when they saw the man in yellow suits. Now we have Jade here. So Jade probably grabbed that suit and brought it back. And maybe, I don't know if he left the stick there, but I hope he brought it back because maybe Boyd will recognize that that's like the torch that he used with the music box monster.
Yeah.
But I don't
Yeah, but
see
one thing about this suit though, it's nice and clean. Do you notice that?
it does look a little cleaner, I'm not gonna lie.
It doesn't look dirty at all.
It doesn't look as dirty. I did notice that. But I do think
It
it's
doesn't
the
look
man-
dirty. It looks clean. It's
Yeah.
strange. Did he clean it before he left it for them? I don't know. But anyway, yeah, so they're all talking about this and they're wondering what the hell it is. So Julie, now Randall stays behind, I guess. He doesn't go with her though, right? She's walking by herself here now.
Right.
Unless this is a different scene. Unless she's going by herself here.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think that she's going to walk by herself and she just wants Randall to watch for her, right? I think one of the biggest fears is not her walking through this alone physically, like she's about to, but just actually not having somebody there if she does go back into a seizure. I don't
Mhm.
think the plan was to like hold hands and walk through the ruins together. I think she just wanted Randall there, just like she had Ethan there for like moral support. And
Right.
if she did fall down with a seizure, but I really like this scene. I'm really hoping that this is the actual scene and this isn't
Yes.
like a cut from one episode to another, or even from one scene early in an episode to like 40 minutes later in the episode. I hope this is the actual continuation of one scene where we see the light that she's clearly in the daylight and she's walking, and then
Yeah.
it transitions to the dark and you can tell she story walked.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. So, okay. So yeah. So now it's dark and she's there.
Right.
Now, who is that Kenny? Who is this with
That's-
Sophia?
I think that's Kenny with Sophia.
Yeah, it looks like Kenny. And there's a monster there on the corner, right? Were you able
Yes.
to see?
There's a
Which
monster,
monster?
coming around from the house. No, I couldn't tell who it was. I wasn't sure if that was the nurse or if it's the cowboy guy with the whitest shirts, or possibly the mechanic looking like guy with the white shirt coming around the corner.
Yeah, yeah. It's hard
You
to
can't
see.
really tell, right?
Yeah.
But
And-
we see that Julie is watching them. So I think this
Yes.
is Julie's story walking back a day or two to when Sophia first came and where her father was killed.
Mhm.
So I'm wondering if this is going to be a test to see if she's able to change the story
Right.
at all.
That's interesting. Yes.
Samuel said it
Okay.
doesn't look does not look like Kenny to him. Do you think that
Uh-huh.
that's just the pastor then and his daughter, and they're all by themselves for the first time encountering the monsters? That was the other thought that I had. Either it's Kenny or her father, the pastor.
Well, then if that's the case, he's wearing, it looks like, well, he wouldn't have changed his shirt.
Well, it's all
Um,
black, right? So he would have just taken off that olive colored jacket,
Yeah,
and maybe that's
yeah.
the black shirt he has underneath.
Yeah, maybe that is the pastor and his daughter. That would make sense. Because they
Right.
came there, close to sunset, they came there.
Right.
So it's very possible that it is him. Yeah, I think you're right. He's a little stockier than Kenny. Kenny's very thin. So it might be him.
Yeah.
So we see the monsters walking around. Oh, and then we see her. She's the librarian, right? And okay, and then we're back in the Matthews house, I guess, right? That's the
Right.
Matthews house,
And that's the Chromonocle book.
right. Oh yeah, that's the Chromonocle book.
The
right.
Chromonocle book, and it just goes flying like some paranormal ghost is haunting suddenly. It just goes
I
flying
wonder
out of
if-
nowhere.
I wonder if that's Jim doing that, because he would know that it would get their attention. That it's specifically the Chromonocle book.
Right. Especially because he's the one that we see reading it to Ethan.
Yes. So I'm wondering if that's Jim doing that, trying to get their attention, trying to warn them.
Right. Especially because we were talking about energy, right? Energy is not leaving from and kind of being
Yes.
trapped in there.
Yes.
So what if Jim is able to figure out how to apply his energy? And after the Chromonacle book goes flying and it kind of catches their attention, all the cabinets in the kitchen start going
Yes.
crazy.
Yes. Yes.
Definitely like a ghost paranormal haunting, not a man in
Yes.
yellow thing.
Right. And I think it's Jim. I think it's Jim using his energy to get their attention. I believe that. Now this ring, this is Boyd's ring or Abby's ring.
I'm not sure. So that's the ring that we see the infinity symbol in, and they're obviously in Colony House. So we know that Abby wore a ring around her necklace, right? And she was always playing with it.
Yes.
She didn't wear her physical ring. So I was wondering if it was possibly her ring, considering that, we already established that he's having nightmares about the time where he shot her, and we're thinking that that's her arm that's grabbing him, most likely, and that that's a hallucination. So I think it might be him because he's already having a conversation at her grave, right? Contemplating how he's different and he doesn't like how the change that's becoming him. So I do think that that's a possibility that it's her ring.
Okay.
Because I don't think it would be Jim's ring. I don't think he would have taken off Jim's finger and be staring at it. And he really had nothing to do with it. I don't think it could be anybody else's that would have significance. I think it's Abby's ring.
Now here we see Fatima crying. So this looks like it's the aftermath of when she just had Smiley. I think it looks like that room, right, where she was in.
It kind of does, right?
And you can see that she's sweating. She's sweating here. I think she just gave birth here, right?
So do you think she's crying because of the Smiley situation, or she's crying because of an Nkui moment, right? Because in that giving birth and with the kimono lady, she got information revealed to her that she has not told us yet what that information is. Like she kind of mentions, they sacrifice their kids, and she kind of gives them a little spiel as Boyd runs after, but there's got to be more information that's going to come out because Boyd went running and she was kind of still wanting to say something. So I'm wondering if that's what we're going to get here. That scene of Fatima saying more, even though Boyd had run down to see, Smiley being reborn. Maybe she's going to say more about what was revealed to her, her little Nkui moment.
Maybe, but I tend to think she's just crying from the whole experience. It was very traumatic for her. And I just think that she's just crying that, what Elgin did, keeping her there, giving birth to this monster, knowing that who these monsters are. I just think the whole thing just, overwhelmed her and she's crying. That's my opinion. Okay. And then the next scene.
The chat, before we go to the next scene, the chat is just going crazy over the Chromonacle and the ghosts that we were just talking about.
Oh, yeah? Yeah. What are they?
Guys, ghost of the Chromonacle.
Poltergeist Jim. I like that.
Right.
Well, let's check in with the chat. We haven't checked in for a while before we go on. Okay, let's see. Okay. I wonder if I can story walk where I left clothes. Yeah. 2 suits, 2 bracelets. Things double here. Yes, they do.
Yes, they do.
It's a nudist colony. Yeah. That's right. He took off his clothes, the man in yellow. Right. The story walkers are like werewolves. That's interesting.
Yeah, because they take off their clothes so they don't rip it apart when they all.
That's right.
And pop, right? Like werewolves. Absolutely.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. Cowboy store.
Cowboy store guy.
Okay. Let's see. Beehive girl. Kenny needs to get her out of danger before he can hook up. That's right. The pastor is probably killed by the cowboy store then.
Okay.
Maybe. The waitress. Yeah. We didn't get to it yet, but that's the original waitress from the first season. And she's like a fan favorite. Everybody liked her. So I'm like, oh, cool. They got her back. And it's funny because, again, the producers must be listening to what the fans think because a lot of people liked her. So it's interesting that she's back, right?
Absolutely. Yep. I'm glad she's back in the cowboy star guy is the same one that we saw,
Yes.
Warren Boyd when they killed Tai Chen. So I'm glad that he's back as well.
Kenny must stay a virgin so he could be sacrificed. That's cool, Samuel. I like it.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
and
that's right.
Sophia might be a virgin too, so you get 2 virgins. That's 2 sacrifices.
That's right. That's it. The ghost of the Cromwell. Yes. The Cromwell tells us all the answers are in that book, right? Yeah, poltergeist. I really believe that it was Jim doing that. I do. I personally believe, and I know a lot of people may not agree, I believe that Jim is the one that's going to help get them out of there. I believe that because he was committed from the very beginning to find how to get out of this place. He is the one that came up with the ideas. And I really think Jim is going to lead them out of there. Let's see. Bill Chill. I think the ring is either Abby's or the Man in Yellow's ring. Interesting.
Ooh, that's a
The
good
Man in
theory.
Yellow. Mm-hmm.
Little school spirit stuff in there, like Van
Yeah.
Halen with the ring. Right, Scott?
I assume the infinity symbol might be a wedding ring of sorts. Yeah, it does look like a wedding ring. Okay, Amy said she thought it was Jim's wedding ring. Maybe. Yeah. It's interesting because where did it fall from? It was like on the stairs. Where did it come from?
I don't know. They don't really show where it comes from. I didn't know if Boyd himself dropped it because it bounces off a colony house step, like the stairs that we've seen. Who was it? Father Kotri or we've seen them talking on it before. So it looked like a colony house step to me, and we know that Boyd's in the colony house. So Boyd definitely, I think, has possession of the ring. Obviously, we see him with the ring. I think he's had possession of the ring the entire time. I don't think it was like passed off to him and dropped by somebody else. But yeah, I don't know if it was sitting on like the railing of the stairs and got knocked off and he noticed it and was like, why is this here? Like Bill Chill said, 2 suits, 2 bracelets, maybe 2 wedding rings. But I definitely do think that it's Abby's ring. I mean, unless Jade, Ellis, and Boyd bought Jim's body into the church, left it there, haven't told Tabby yet, and then he took the ring because he was going to show her Jim's ring and tell her that way that they found him dead, and maybe then they go back to the church and the body's missing and they find him hanging upside down in the barn, and that's why we see Tabitha. I really don't know, but I just think it was Abby's ring.
Abby's ring, but it looks like it's a man's ring, though.
Do you think?
Yeah, it looks pretty big. I think so.
I mean,
I think so.
We can go.
We're gonna go back. Yeah, we're gonna see it again. I think it's a man's ring. Beehive Girl, does she know what she gave birth to? No, actually, she doesn't. She just saw that it was like you said, a blobby blood sac. She did not see that it was Smiley. She doesn't know what it is, actually. She referred to it as it. She said she took it. She didn't say she took the baby. She took my baby. She said she took it. So she knows it's a thing, but she doesn't know what it is. Let's see what else we got.
Smiley pod.
Smiley pod.
Smiley blood clot. Sorry.
Yeah, only Boyd saw him so far. Oh, I like that. A fleshy kidney bean. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
I was thinking
That's a good
Boyd
one,
gets the
Amy.
ring from the arm that came out of the ground. Interesting. I don't think so because the arm grabs him and he just wants to get away from it. I don't think he got it from there.
I
Yeah.
slow-moed the arm down in both the teaser and in the trailer, and there's no ring on it. That was one of my first assumptions too, big heck. And then I had to go back and fact check it, and I could not find a ring on that hand.
Right.
That would have been interesting if that's how he got it again, but I didn't see the ring there. Unless when the hand goes back down, the ring just happens to be on the ground and he picks it up from there. But from the images that were released to us, it's not there.
Yeah, and it could be, if it was Jim's ring and then it just suddenly just like fell down, you could say it's Jim doing it. But I don't think Jim would have a ring with the infinity symbol on it, right? So I'm not sure whose ring it is. Who would have the infinity symbol on a ring? right?
I don't know. Yeah.
I'm not really sure, but anyway. Okay,
I mean,
so
yeah, it could really be anybody, right?
it could be anything, right? Anybody. Acosta's angry. I don't know what she's doing here. She's having a fit. And then we see Boyd like push her against the ambulance. He really hard. He pushes her, and they're having a huge fight.
Right. I have what she wrote down.
Oh, what does she write? What does she say?
So,
no, but what she says is later, though. She says something later to him.
Oh, yeah, she does say something
yeah.
later on to him. So Boyd
Right.
at this point says, everything we've done, every sacrifice we've made, none of us are going anywhere. And that's what he says when he slams her against the ambulance. Maybe that's not what's being said there, but that's what we hear in the trailer.
Right. And of course, they're watching him slam her. Well, we think so anyway.
But look at Christy's face. She looks so angry and disgusted.
Yeah.
Like she's lost all respect for Boyd.
Yeah.
And Marielle is just like, what are you doing? And she's like,
Right.
because she doesn't obviously have this relationship with Boyd. But Christy is just looks like she's done with him.
Mm-hmm. So Christy probably will turn against him. That's what I think. She may join Acosta and Randall and, maybe Kenny and going against Boyd, right? Now, here's the ring. This looks like a man's ring to me. That's not a ring a woman would wear. I think that's a man's ring.
So then do you think that it could have come off of Jim and that they haven't just told Tabitha about it and he's holding the ring because whatever guilt he has? What do you think?
Why would Jim have an affinity symbol on a wedding band?
Well, I don't think that that's that random to have an infinity symbol on a wedding band. I love you for life or soulmates for life. I mean, it kind of goes against the fact that they were talking about a divorce, but...
Right. No, but do people engrave that on wedding bands usually? I mean, I haven't seen it personally. I don't know. But, I mean, I understand it's forever. It's forever.
Yeah.
It means forever. But is that what Jim is going to do? Would he do that? He doesn't seem like the kind of person that would do that. I don't know.
Tabitha might have done it for him, right? Because isn't she the one that buys his wedding bands? Maybe she had it inscribed in there for him.
Maybe it was Tabitha.
Or
possibly. What does the chat think? What do you guys think? What do you think? You think it was Jim's ring? I'm just curious what people think.
Big Heck said it's an Ankui ring.
I like.
And Scarlett said Jim isn't forever. We know this. So I mean, it could be like
that ring looks like my husband's wedding ring. Yeah, does it have the infinity symbol too? Beehive. Yeah,
maybe Boyd's now married to From.
Yeah. She says, "I know wedding rings." Let's see.
I like Beehive's response. She said, "Maybe he is here forever." Scarlett, Poltergeist Jim is here to stay.
Yeah. It could be anyone's ring.
Right.
Yeah, but it does look like a wedding ring. It does.
Yeah.
But whose could it be? I mean, let's talk about who could it be.
Well, Boyd's wearing his, and his.
I like this. I want it to be a mystery ring with powers. I like
my precious. Sorry.
Yeah. So okay, Boyd's wearing his. You see, look how thin Boyd's is. Look how thin and look how thick that one is. The ring is very thick. Like, let me go back and show you. See, look how thick it is. That's a big ring. That's for a person who has a big finger. A big ring. I don't know. Who could it be? Jim isn't big like that. And his fingers would be that big. I don't know. I really don't know who it could be. Somebody said it was the man in yellow's ring. I don't know.
Yeah, was that Bill Chill that said that? I actually kind of like that theory.
Yeah.
Maybe he left the ring behind on top of the on top of the suits or somewhere next to it, even though we didn't see it in that shot. I mean, it's possible. Anything's possible this show.
Yeah. Hey, Susie's here. Hi, Susie.
Hey, Susie.
Nice to see you. Maybe it is from Lord of the Rings. Yes, Scarlett. That's it.
Definitely.
But Boyd is looking at it like he's very curious. Like, what is this ring? Like,
Oh, the other one it could be, what if it's the pastor's ring?
yeah, I was thinking that. That's possible.
I know he doesn't have any connection to the pastor, but maybe we didn't really see exactly what happened. Maybe he feels responsible for the pastor getting killed by the monsters. I'm just saying, maybe Sophie didn't want it yet. I'm just throwing that possibility out. Or maybe Tilly had a ring.
Uh-huh. I have a feeling it's the pastor's ring. That would make sense if it was the pastor's ring, because the infinity symbol would also represent his commitment to God,
Right.
to his religion.
Right.
So I'm going with it's the priest's ring.
And the priest ring.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. The ring is a circle. It is a symbol of infinity. It's a promise. Yes. And I think it has to do with his commitment to religion also.
Yeah.
So here, this is where Acosta says to him, "You are a monster," she says.
Yes.
What does she? Well, yeah.
She says, "You think you're some type of a hero. You're a monster."
Mm-hmm. And then he's looking at himself in the mirror. He splashed water on his face. Yeah.
Now, I'm going to come back to this scene as we get a little further in, because I'm wondering if there's some specific reason she says this to him here. And we've noticed that he hasn't put back on that blazer, right? After we see him take off the blazer and sit by the rock and then get grabbed by the arm, we don't really see him again with the blazer, except for when they're wheeling the body in. And we're going to assume that him wearing that blazer is pretty early on, like episode 1, right?
Yeah.
I think that by episode 1, maybe episode 2 is where that blazer comes off. So now the rest of this is unraveling as the season goes on. All right. So let's see what if as he's becoming more unhinged, right? Maybe he caused somebody's death, like the pastor's death, or wasn't able to save somebody or do something, or had some type of a moment where now he's holding the pastor's ring and he's feeling even more guilty. He's hiding Tilly's death. He caused somebody else's death, and that's just breaking him down even more. Because here, where he's looking in the mirror, he almost looks like he doesn't recognize himself.
Yeah, exactly. He's having a breakdown, I think. And he's looking at himself for can I still see myself in this mirror? Like when he said to Abby at the grave, he said, "I'm changing and I don't like who I'm becoming." So he's looking at himself and he's like, who am I now?
Right.
Who am I? That's what I'm getting out of that. Oh, and there's our friend. There's Doug. Look at his teeth. Oh my God. It looks like he's wearing braces, right? Look at those teeth. Gnarly teeth. Oh,
they are.
Oh, become what you fear. I like this. Become what you fear and fear what you become.
Right. And I think that's exactly, and you see Boyd there, right? And as you see Boyd running there and we see those words come up, if you go back to that scene with Boyd. So
yeah.
In this scene, that's exactly what Boyd is becoming, right? You see him running right there, like fear what you become and become what you fear, because he's turning something. But now look at the hotel sign. Do you see that sack that's hanging from the hotel sign?
Yes.
That's what I thought. That's where I think Jim's body is. Even if
his head maybe.
Possibly. There's some body part, something is hanging in there.
I think it's his head. It's his head. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because he basically tore his throat out. So it would be easy to take his head off. It probably is his head. Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at this, I mean, it could actually be even a whole body, because look how small Boyd is compared to where that bag is. They almost look like they're similar in size. I know that there's a distance between them, but that could even be a body just crumpled up in that bag.
Maybe.
Fold it over. It could be a body. It could be a head. It could be a whole body. We also haven't really seen, besides the teaser, and there's one other section, we haven't really seen Sarah at all either.
That's true.
And I know that we're talking about racking up some deaths here. So there might be a possible, that that the bag that's hanging from the hotel sign could have a couple different bodies in there. I mean, maybe that's where they find Tilly. Maybe the man in yellow moves Tilly's body. We're not really sure who we find, and Boyd's still wearing the blazer here. So I'm going to
Right.
assume this is also earlier on in the season, again, episode 1 or 2.
Well, let me ask you, when we see all those people in the teaser staring at one direction, do you think they're staring at that bag on the motel sign?
They look like they're looking down into the pool.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's where I am going to assume from where they're standing and the things that are surrounding them. I mean, I could always pull up the teaser, but I'm pretty sure that they're standing like they're staring at something in the pool because they look like they're all looking down.
Yeah, but then you have a picture of Boyd, Jade, and Tabitha looking straight ahead, and there's that rope in the background. So I'm thinking maybe that rope is what's holding that bag up on the motel
That's a
sign.
good point. That's a good point.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah.
It could be.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, so that's interesting. You're right. Who is in this bag? I mean, it could be anybody. But I do think it's probably a head, though. But a body would be pretty heavy to hang from there. Okay, they're running out of the house. Boyd catches Ethan. Why? I don't know. What's going on here?
Right.
Now, what is she doing? Does she have her hands in dirt? I couldn't figure it out. What the hell she was doing there?
So I was actually wondering if, like, now this is the aftermath of her after having it, right?
Yeah.
After baby Smiley. So if she came back to her room and in her pregnancy, because she didn't know how far along, she has like a stockpile of like rotten tomatoes and like decomposed food, because it does look like dirt or something that's decomposed. I'm hoping she doesn't have a taste for it anymore now that she gave birth to Smiley. I'm thinking that was, but I'm wondering if she's now reminiscing and remembering like, oh my God, this is, I killed Tilly and I was eating this. Like, I think she might have like this whole
These
flood
memories
of everything that she just went through. I think this might be her overwhelming moments of realization of what she just went through.
Yeah, I think so too. But I was thinking, is it possible that her body changed from giving birth to Smiley? Maybe something happened to her body. Maybe something, not that she's going to become a monster, but maybe there is something brewing there. I don't know.
Right.
I guess time will tell. But I was thinking that. So then we see, is that Tabitha walking with Henry? I think that's
yes, that's Tabitha walking with Henry, and they're going to the bottle tree here.
right. And this must be after she finds out about Jim, because she's wearing different clothes here too. So,
right.
And they're looking up at the bottle tree. Henry's looking up at it. And then you see, is that Julie? Who is that?
I thought that was Meryl. Marielle.
Marielle, her hair is blonder than that, though.
But I thought only the front is blonder, right? And then the back of it is all black.
I don't think that's Marielle. I thought it was Julie, actually. No?
I mean, it
I'm
could
not
be.
sure.
What do you guys in the
Anyway.
chat? Who do you think that could possibly be? Let us
And
know.
they're putting out the that thing to stop the car. So this is when the priest must be riding around.
Right.
Yeah, I think it's either Julie or it's not Tabitha, right?
No, Tabitha doesn't wear that blue. Hold on. Where's the scene with Boyd and Acosta and we see Marielle? Yeah, so if you go back to slide 101.
Okay. Very precise. 101. Wow.
We'll go back to slide 101.
Mm-hmm.
That looks like the same shirt that Marielle has on. And you can see like the dark black. You can see what I mean by the hair.
Wait a
So I
minute.
think it's
Oh,
possible.
here.
Yes.
I guess so. I mean, that is her shirt, right?
Right.
Yeah, I guess so. Okay. Yeah,
I mean, that's what I thought. That was Meryl. And plus they're out there. So
Right.
I'm thinking they're either going to stop. I'm assuming that they're going to stop the pastor. But we're going to see that there's like another car that goes speeding around. And what if it's like some kind of psychotic episode?
Okay. So you mean somebody was driving the ambulance, right?
Yes, the ambulance.
And we don't know who that was, right? Here
I
it
think
is.
it's Boyd. I'm
You
pretty
think it's
sure that's
Boyd?
yeah, because remember when he pushed Acosta up against
Yes.
the ambulance
He
that
was,
came around?
yes.
So what if
Right.
he jumps into the ambulance and goes speeding off? Maybe it's to chase the pastor, or maybe for like he's having some type of an episode, and Mariel like runs to go get Kenny because Christy still can't walk like that from the bear trap.
And that's why, and that would explain why Christy
why
was
they're-
looking at him like that.
Right, because like if
What's
that be an
wrong with
episode,
you?
right, and then
Right.
he jumps into the ambulance and goes speeding away, and then Kenny and Mariel get the strip to try to stop Boyd in the ambulance, or maybe it's for the pastor. But I was
Right.
thinking that this might have to do with the pastor. I mean, I think this might have to do with the ambulance and Boyd.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, you see the like bat out of hell wheels taking off. And
That's
like
what I was
he
thinking.
slammed Acosta in, and they all gave him the side eye. All three of those ladies just looked at him like, "What the hell's wrong with you?" He's like,
Yeah.
"I'm not taking this shit." Probably jumps in
Right.
the ambulance and takes off, and they're like, "Get
Right.
the strip."
Now, who goes? Is this the pastor going into the post office? Who is this?
So that's definitely the pastor's car. And remember from earlier on, we saw the cross hanging in the visor, about to go right through that window. So if you go back, that scene that you're looking at right now connects to the scene that we see in where? Are
Oh, wait,
you?
hold on. Let me interrupt you for 1 second. Robert
Oh, sure.
Saunders said, let me just put what he said up here.
Oh yes, slide 21.
1 second. Wait, wrong one. They are putting out the spike strip to stop Acosta, who stole the ambulance.
Oh, you think it's Acosta? I thought it was
Uh-huh.
Boyd. I like that, Robert.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Okay.
Now why would Acosta be doing it? Let's see.
She might be having her get me the fuck out of here breakdown moment. She really hasn't had one. She's still trying to grip with everything. That's totally possible.
Right.
I
Yeah.
can see that happening.
Well, she also has a temper like Boyd. And she just like needed to get out some energy or something, right?
Right.
And it would make sense because she came in the ambulance. She came there in that ambulance.
Yeah, she did. She came in the ambulance. I could see that. I
Now,
just
Boyd
assumed it
is-
was Boyd because he was closer to the open door. It looked like he
Right.
was walking back there after
Right.
he slammed on her. So to me, it
Right.
made sense that he jumped in there. But maybe Acosta then grabs and shoves him down and jumps into the ambulance and takes off. That is
Maybe-
definitely a possibility, Robert.
Yeah,
I love
so
that.
yeah, so that means she's trying to find a way out. She wants to get out of there. She wants to
Right.
leave.
Right.
Now here is Boyd in his office. I didn't notice that the first time.
Yeah,
when-
Boyd
when
ducking
the car
down.
comes in. Yeah.
So if you go
Um,
back to slide 21, that's that cross that's hanging in the like what I
Yes.
think is like from the thing. I think that's
Right.
that's the scene that's connected to this scene.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to go all the way back because we're on 115 now. But
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
I remember. You're right. But so is this the pastor driving this car?
So I don't know if that's the pastor driving the car, because if what we saw when Julie was story walking, that the pastor and Sophia were running from the monsters at night, and we know that the pastor doesn't make it, what if this is the next morning, and just like they normally do, the town tries to get them together and they try to explain where like the hell that they just landed in Fromville, and what Fromville is and what the monsters are. Maybe Sophia has an Acosta or whoever jumped into the ambulance moment, and she jumps into her dad's car and tries to take off, but maybe she can't really drive and she slams into the sheriff/post office. Because in the next, there's another scene that we're going to see where you see her face in the windshields with like cuts and the windshield's broken. I got
Oh, right.
that. You'll see it in the slide. I'm telling you, I got every single image from this trailer. Every last one.
You did a great job.
There's
But look at
nothing that I
Victor's face
missed.
there. So Victor must have, the crows must be reminding him of when he got there. Probably as a little boy, he saw the crows, and he has seen the crows a lot, actually, right? So he's very traumatized by these crows. Yeah, there they are.
I wonder what nugget of knowledge, because like the way Victor's like this, he's probably
Yeah.
going to turn around and say something to Henry, or at least that's what I'm hoping. Like he's going
Right.
to drop a nugget of knowledge of something that he remembers about those crows, or say something about them.
Yes.
So,
right.
and I found it interesting that this is now, so here we are almost more than halfway through the trailer, and they gave us the same exact image that they gave us, which was one of the
Yes.
first scenes. And that's definitely got to mean something to me deliberate. And the focus is not necessarily the crowd. It's those three crows, the watchers, like you said earlier.
Yes. Yes.
So, and that's got to mean something that they showed
Yes.
this particular scene twice, focusing on
Yeah.
those three crows.
I agree with you 100%. And we see again, we get another view of Sophia standing by the grave with the flowers, and Kenny standing next to her. Yeah.
See, I think they might have a little hooky up.
I don't think so. I think he's just being a nice person, and like he was with Jade when Jade got there. You know, Kenny's just like that. He's a nice person. He wants to make it easier for people, right? Here, Robert Saunders said, when you see the wheels of the ambulance, you can see the spike strip in front of the wheel. Boyd pulls her out after the tires blow and slams her against the side of the ambulance. Oh, wow. That's interesting.
No, I did not catch that. Robert, again, that's 3 for 3. Robert, you're the man. Oh my gosh, that's amazing.
Robert, you're the man.
You are the man. I did not catch that when I caught that.
Well, let's go back. So when you see the wheels of the ambulance, okay, so let's see. Which wheel we're talking about?
There. Oh, that is the spike strip straight up ahead from it. Is that, go back one there? Is that the spike strip, that white line that's in front, like if you go up towards the bush line? Not the whole ambulance. When you go back the one slide and you can only see the wheel.
This one, yeah.
Yes, that one. So if you go directly at that white line, is that the spike strip?
Oh, I don't think so. Because look, let's see where they're. Well, this is where they're laying it down. Maybe.
And you see Colony House in the background. We can't really see where they are from this, but I like that, Robert. I had not even thought of that. That's just amazing. My mind is like.
So when he pulls her out, let's go back to that scene. Where is that now? No. Oh yeah, here. Okay, so. Okay. Yeah, there it is. Oh wow. Robert, you are amazing. He's amazing. Here it is.
You are amazing, Robert. Good
oh my
catch.
gosh.
Holy shit. You are the GOAT.
Wow.
I did not catch that until I seen the white strip. I didn't see the white strip until then, but I was like, I think, yeah.
I'm really impressed. I really am. Right. So it blew the tire, and he came and he grabbed her and pulled her out of the ambulance. Yeah. And that's when they had the argument. And I don't know, these two, I don't think they're there. I think this is another scene altogether. Right? Because why would they be there? Yeah.
Well, Marielle was with Kenny when they were laying the strip down, so maybe we just don't see Kenny. But Marielle was there because that was the same shirt. So
yeah, but why would Christy be there? Christy can't walk. Like, why would she even be there? I don't know.
I don't know.
I think that's it. Oh, is this the back of the ambulance right here?
Yeah, that's the back of the ambulance that Christy's holding on to.
Okay. So they are there. Yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Good catch, Robert.
Yeah.
So then that begs the question, what made her act like this fucking Marietta Andretti in an ambulance?
I just think she wanted to get the hell out of there. I think she's just so spooked and freaked out. Maybe when she heard that, when they found Jim dead, that was it for her. She just freaked out.
Maybe, possibly.
And all these crows around. Freaking everybody out.
Because we really don't know at what point that is. I mean, Boyd's back to wearing his blazer again, so I'm going to assume that that's just earlier on in the season.
Yeah,
maybe
I think
one of the opening things we see with Acosta is that scene.
Right. Okay, so here she's praying with Kenny, I believe, right?
Right.
Okay.
We're assuming that's Kenny. And from this image, this is why I thought that she was with Kenny on the outs, when we see her
outside.
With
Unless you think, well, that can't be her father, because I think her father would have died as soon as they got there, right?
Right. That's what I'm assuming too. But so far, we haven't seen Kenny in a dark shirt yet, so. We've seen him only
Unless
in
you
the
think,
light
do you
so
think
far.
that the father was, they got there together fine, but then the father died later that night by the monster, maybe?
Possibly, but no, I'm gonna stick with the father died in the first shot. The only other
Uh-huh.
thing I can think of is maybe Sophia also has visions or hallucinations, and her praying, she's pretending, or not pretending, she's praying, and she has a vision of praying with her father, and she
Maybe.
sees her father the way we see Father Kadri, Abby, Tom, the bartender. So
Yeah.
it's a possibility that it could be her seeing her father again, but him not really being there.
Yeah, this is definitely the same person that we saw her outside with, I think. This is not Kenny. I don't think it's Kenny. You're right. It could be her father. It could be a hallucination.
Right. I mean, if he did survive, like you said, that would be awesome. I'm not saying that that's not a possibility, but
Mhm.
I mean, I don't know. He lost that olive jacket.
Yeah, that's right. And here is Fatima, and you could see she's losing it. She's definitely losing it.
Right.
She's gone through a lot. She's not herself anymore. And okay, Ellis is hugging Boyd. Now this is just after they brought Jim's body in, right?
Right.
This is in the church.
Now,
So,
do you think? Well, oh, is this in the church? I thought this was in his room. This is in Ellis and Fatima's room, upstairs in Colony House.
oh yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, I
So
thought
I
it
was.
was in the church. Yeah. Uh-huh.
I think this is after like Donna asks, when we see Donna and Christy earlier on in the trailer, and she's like, there's a lot of people that want to know what the hell happened down there. I think like he says whatever he says, and Donna and Christy might leave, and Ellis comes in, and he might tell Ellis or have this moment with Ellis there.
Yeah.
Or
yeah.
Ellis might even be thanking him. Do we know? Ellis doesn't know yet about Tilly, right?
Ellis knows about Tilly.
So this could be a thank you for not telling everybody about Tilly moment after they've buried
Maybe.
her too.
Right.
But
And it could just be the fact that, look what Fatima went through, and she had this thing, and it was Smiley again. We thought we killed Smiley, right? And now he's
Right.
back.
And yes,
Could
it
be
could just
that
be
too.
that. Yep.
So this scene is interesting because they're in the cannibal village, and they're all in this cabin. Who is this right here?
So it is, hold on, let me bring it up because I started naming them before. I got to look at it again. Give me 1 second so I can zoom in on it on my slide. So it is, here's the image. So we know we have Ellis. I can't see who that guy is. I'm not sure who the first person is that we see. But then you have Ellis, and then you have Ethan and Tabitha.
Right.
And
No.
Donna. We see Donna said
Right.
that person where you have the mouse on, I cannot tell who that person is.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, who could it be? There
Right.
aren't that many people there. Who could
Unless
it be?
unless one of the townspeople actually got some lines in this scene, and somebody else came along. Because I mean, we do have other townspeople, I guess you want to call them like extras that live in the town. So I'm
Yeah.
wondering if maybe that's the person. Maybe we won't get a major character death in this moment. Maybe there will be a death, and it's whatever townsfolk guy volunteered.
Yeah.
Because I don't recognize that outfit
Right.
or the face at all. I recognize
So-
everybody
so
else
when
in
the-
there.
So when the Cabbage Patch doll comes in, he probably kills this guy. That's what it is. Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
When we see this guy, he doesn't look like the Cabbage Patch guy. This guy's a scarecrow. This is a whole nother ball of what the hell is the fuck is going on here.
Oh,
This is a
right.
whole
right.
other thing. I think this is the scarecrow that we've seen in the drawings prior.
Yes.
So we
Right.
have the Cabbage Patch monster doll, and now we have this scarecrow that's
Right.
obviously in Cannibal Village, who
Right.
I'm going to assume that's what's been walking around like
At
you know,
night. Yeah.
at night, but because all of the totem men were, intact, it couldn't do anything. And now that Jade done ripped the leg off, now
Right.
it has the power to attack and do something.
Right. Yeah. So, but that's why he's there. You're right. He is there to be the victim of this scarecrow thing.
That's what I'm
Um,
thinking.
Yeah, I agree with you. So here, and now this thing, look at Tabitha. Now this thing is coming, and look at this thing. Oh my God. Wow. And there's a pumpkin there. Did you see the pumpkin?
Yes. Oh,
There's a
is that
pumpkin here.
pumpkin face, or is that Donna's head?
Oh, that's Donna.
I think that's Donna's
I
head.
thought it was a pumpkin. Donna's head, excuse me.
Donna's head.
But anyway,
Somebody
this
else somebody else mentioned, I think in the comment, they're like, "Is that a pumpkin?" And I was like, "It's Donna." They mentioned they're like, "There's a pumpkin with the scarecrow," but definitely a scarecrow. I don't think it's the rag dolls. I think this is a different beast, and I think you can see. Yeah, there you go. That's the image. That was the best image that I could get with it because he moves so quick. It's really hard to see it.
Wasn't this the picture we saw? One of those drawings of the guy with the orange hair. That's him. The one with the orange hair.
I think Robert might have sent it to me. Give me one moment to double check. He did send me.
I think so. I think
a
that's
picture.
the same one.
Yes, he did send me a picture of the scarecrow guy. And he actually has a much clearer picture than I did. Robert, you got to tell me what you use. Let me download this and the image as well. Scarecrow monster. And I have the Victor's drawing of said scarecrow monster. Robert, thank you so much for graciously sharing this with me. So appreciate that. And give me one moment just to drop it in for us. Do. Oops, quiet down. Oh, what happened? Be difficult. Okay. Sorry, guys.
In the meantime, let me take a look at what the chat is saying.
Yes.
I like what Susie said. She said that that's how the pastor died. The car going into the post office is what killed him. And yeah, I mean that does make sense, right? Let's see.
Don't be difficult. All right.
He thinks it's the Asian guy that goes with Kenny, Christy Dale, and Jade to gather food at the cannibal village. And he just sent you a picture of that, he said.
Okay. All right. Finally, I got there. Let me see if I can get this one as well.
I like this one. The scariest thing I've seen tonight is the Collie Patch Girl. I like that, B. That's great. Also trying to distract myself from the scary monster. Yes, Susie. He's pretty scary.
This is a great picture, Robert. Okay, yes. Let me get this in here.
You have it up?
Yes. Give me just sorry. There's two of them. I'm just trying to get them all in.
Yeah, he said he just sent you a clearer picture one that's in 4K.
Yeah, it's amazing. I'm just trying to get it in. And I'm putting it side by side with Victor's drawing. Yes, perfect. All right. Here we go. Let me share now that I got it. Ding dong ding.
Okay. You ready?
Okay, there it goes. Yep.
Look at that.
Thank you yet again, Robert. You are the man.
Can you make this bigger?
If I come out of this. Nope.
Wait, can I make? Oh, wait. Okay, wait.
Can you do it?
I just made it full screen. Here we go. You see it? So it looks like the one in the drawing, but there was another one that we just saw earlier that I was thinking of. The one with the orange hair, remember? He had orange hair. But yeah, this is definitely the Scarecrow. This is Victor's drawing here, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm trying. We were saying something with orange hair. Now I don't remember what it was. I have to go.
Okay,
back.
let me see if I can find it.
But so yeah, as more things are coming out and From, we're getting these new monsters. We're realizing that they're new to us and new to the people of From, but they're not really new to Victor, right? He has really seen the gambit of what's to come and what's going on there, but has suppressed these memories for so long and has forgotten them and has hid the drawings that we kind of, everybody's just kind of getting the news. Yet again, here's the story of Fromville where no one talks to anybody. And the original storyteller, Victor, only talked in pictures and then hid them, so the story was not really told. So everything that's happening to these people, to Boyd and everybody else, they're completely clueless. And Victor, is actually kind of clueless too until he sees it unfold and it like triggers something where he's like, oh shit, I did see that, or I have a drawing of that, or I knew about that, or there was a vision. Because we really don't know how Victor knows all of these things. We are assuming that he saw it, but a lot of this could also be visions or premonitions, the way Boyd and Ethan have seen things in their sleep.
Right. That's right.
Seizure at other points. So somehow Victor's gotten all this information from being From and been able to, put it down on, from crayon to paper. But they've been scattered and hidden and have no kind of chronological consistency whatsoever for anybody to piece anything together.
Okay, I have the picture. I just found it. I'm going to show it to you now. Okay, so this is the picture we saw earlier that I think is the Scarecrow guy. Okay, you see it?
Oh yes,
with the orange hair. That's him.
I do remember that now. The drawing. I was actually trying to think of an actual person. I didn't realize it was a drawing. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's okay. So Victor drew this. So Victor has seen the Scarecrow before.
Mm-hmm.
And like you said, either he has seen it or he had a vision of it. Could have been both. I mean, he's been there 40 years. Okay. He has seen a lot and he just doesn't talk about it. Right. He draws it. But then he does not. And that's his way of not forgetting, but not keeping it in his head. In other words, it's so terrifying for him. He doesn't want to remember it. So by drawing it and then burying it, he can forget it. And that's exactly what's happening with Victor. Okay. So I'm now, go ahead.
I wonder whose nightmare there is, like a ballerina, a scarecrow, the music box, a lot of these things, the cauliflower patch kid doll, a lot of these, like we've said, they're definitely fears that people that have come to this town have had. And upon their death, that fear was kind of released and has, become this actual entity that they're, is able to hunt them down. Because I don't know if it's somebody that we know of at this point, but somebody had to be afraid of scarecrows for this to be a thing.
Right.
And Fromville, right?
Yeah, I agree. I
don't know who's scared of ballerinas, but there was that creepy ass ballerina back in season 1 with the music box, or season 2. So there's somebody had to be afraid of them. I mean, people are afraid of clowns and like things that not everybody is. So definitely.
And she was a creepy ballerina. That's for sure.
When she opened her mouth, there was like, it was this stuff that came out like an alien. Yeah, spiders.
Yeah. It's interesting. There was spiders, and now we're seeing mice and rats, right?
A lot of things associated with spooky and death and graves and decay and rot.
Yes. And worms.
And worms.
Thank you, Samuel. Worms. Yes. Worms too.
Right.
Okay. Now this scene is Fatima smashing. Is this the car the priest came? What car is this?
I think that's I think that's just the junkyard of all the cars, because we see another car like kind of between our arms, like going out to the side. Remember, there's that graveyard of cars. And I think in the trunk of one of those cars is where Victor had Eloise's drawings.
Yes.
Right. That's what he took Sarah to. So I think Fatima is there beating the shit out of a car. I think this might be her therapy, a little wrecking ball therapy, a little smash.
I don't know.
therapy.
Maybe there's something about this particular car. There's
I
some.
wonder if
It's
that's
got to
the
be a
car she
reason.
came in.
Maybe it's the car she came in.
I
Yes,
think it
that
might
would
be the
make
car she
sense.
came in, and at this point, remember, like she's always had something to look forward to when she was at that window earlier on in season
Yes,
1,
hope.
and
She
now
had hope.
she's. Remember, we're having this whole shift in balance. You had Fatima
Yes,
that was full of light and hope, and now
yes.
she's remembering the
I
moment
like
she
that.
got there,
I
cursing
like
it,
that,
hating
Jen.
it, and
I like
beating the
that.
shit out of it.
She's beating the shit out of the car that brought her there. She is
Yes,
so angry. You brought me to this place.
yep.
Absolutely. Love
Yeah,
it.
exactly what Big Hex said at like a rage room therapy session she's having on there.
Absolutely. And it's this car that brought her there. That's it.
Possibly, absolutely.
Yeah, I agree that's exact. Because why would she pick that particular car? This was her car.
Yeah, I would
Absolutely.
say it would have to be that, or it
Yeah.
has to have some kind of resemblance. I don't know if she. Yeah, what else would she have come in? Oh,
Yeah.
Susie's Beehive said, didn't she come in a little Volkswagen Beetle?
Oh,
I don't remember that, but it's possible. That's not a Volkswagen Beetle. It looks like
no.
maybe it's definitely a ragtop of some sort, or maybe she's just using the car graveyard place where all the cars are just to have a rage room session.
She might be smashing all the cars. That's right.
Right. Because all the cars are what brought people there, and she's just angry that they
Yes.
can't get out.
Yes.
Definitely.
Yes. Yeah, that
Good
makes a
point,
lot of
Beehive.
sense.
I don't remember that,
Yes.
but that's a good point. It could be that too.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, no, that was a good catch, B. Absolutely.
Oh,
And what is
Susie knows. Susie knows what type of car it is. She says it's an MG convertible. Her neighbor restores them. That is
Wow.
sweet. It's like
Wow.
a little midget, right? Those midget convertibles, I think, is the MG convertible you're talking about, the midgets. I
Wow.
could see that.
Interesting.
That's really cool that he restores them, that your neighbor restores them, him or her. Awesome.
Wow, interesting. Okay. Yeah, so basically, yeah, but isn't that the car that they also had in Severance? Not Severance, Pluribus. That guy from Paraguay. Wasn't he driving that type of car?
I forget if there.
The MG? I think he had an MG.
It might be. I don't remember. I remember the car, but I don't remember what it was called. I just remember him being in it, and it was a convertible, right?
Yes,
It had
Susie said
flowers.
yes. She said
Yes.
yes, it
Oh my
was.
God,
Oh,
yes, it was.
yeah.
Yes.
Wow. Hey, we're good with our cars today, right, Susie?
Good job,
That's right.
ladies.
Yeah.
job.
Wow. And I don't
Look at
usually
all the
know
guys in
these
the chat. There's no car heads, no motor heads in the chat.
That's wild. Yeah, because your neighbor has it. Yeah. I mean, I only remember it because I remember in Pluribus, I was watching, I was looking at the car he was driving, and I'm like, this looks like the same car. That's funny. Okay.
Nice.
Oh, and here's our favorite Dougie.
Nakey
So-
Doug.
Oh my God. Oof. I mean, I didn't expect this. I didn't expect him to be this shapeshifter. I did not expect this. And I don't know why I didn't expect it. I just didn't. But this scene was pretty gross, actually. And you see him like stretching, and of course I know there's a lot. Oh, look, there's a suitcase there that's open. Do you see that?
Yeah, on
Right
top
here.
of the rock.
Yeah, look at that.
Mhm.
There's a suitcase there.
And and you can already see that his suit is off, right? And it's in the little pile already. And then
Yes,
he's
yes.
crouched down behind that rock right next to the suitcase on the other side.
Yeah.
And you see his like arms stretch out and reach behind, and like you hear like the snap, crackle, and pop of his shape shifting.
Yeah. So
You
it's
see his-
interesting. So what I said before about because if you look at the suit here, it looks clean.
So do you think
he took it from this suitcase? That's
what
why it was
Susie
clean.
just put in the chat too?
Look at that. Yeah. Exactly. That's a clean suit. Now, why he would do that, I don't know. Why he doesn't want them to know he wears a dirty suit, I don't know. But anyway, that's exactly what he did. He
That was
had
a
it
good
in the
catch.
suitcase.
That was a really
Wow.
good catch because you caught that. It was a
Wow.
much cleaner suit, the one that we saw on the
Yes.
desk with
Yes.
Boyd. That was a really
Yes.
good catch, Lori.
Thank
good job.
you.
And
Thank
Susie,
you.
too. Good job
Thank
figuring
you.
that out of the suitcase. I saw
Yeah.
the suitcase and I had I'm like, why would a suitcase be there? He already took off his clothes. Like, what did he take out of the suitcase if he's just shape shifting naked? So it didn't make sense, but that makes sense that he took a clean version of the suit out. I could see that.
Yeah. I don't know why he would care about that though, but okay. But yeah, so he's shape-shifting and you can hear the cracks in his bones, and it was really creepy. And it was interesting because somebody posted, I don't remember who it was, this scene here in Derry, Welcome to Derry, right? One of the creatures that the clown turned into looked like Doug. Do you remember that?
Yes, it was like a very old version of Pennywise, and he was very decrepit, and he looked very creepy like Doug.
And it's so weird because now we're seeing Doug running in the forest looking like this, and that's exactly what happened in Derry. It's so bizarre.
Do you think there's any significance? Well, there has to be significance to it, but what do you think that he's upside down, right? It almost looks like I'm doing a handstand to look at him, kind of a thing, if he's standing over you kind of a way.
Yeah, I just think it's a creative shot that they took. I don't think there's anyone like under him looking up at him. I just think they just wanted to throw that in for an effect.
Maybe they're showing us that the world of From is turning upside down, right? Maybe the monsters, well, specifically the man in yellow, right? He can come out during the daytime, so maybe the world and the rules are changing and shifting and going upside down, right? Night to day.
I like that. Night. I like that. I like that interpretation. I agree. Absolutely.
Look at this. This reminds me of Zelda from Pet Sematary. God, it's so creepy. God.
Oh, wow.
Do you remember Zelda from Pet Sematary?
I don't know. I saw it a long time ago. I'm not sure. Tell me about it.
Oh, so in Pet Sematary, one of the things is there's this girl, her name is Zelda, and her back is completely almost like a C, and it's all crooked, and she comes after them, and it was the scariest moment in all of Pet Sematary to me. She is trying to walk, and she's kind of crooked, and her face is, all of her bones are all moved in a way and they're all displaced, so she just has this creepy walk. Her name was Zelda, and she just but the way
was this the original movie or was this the remake?
Not the remake. Original. We're going originals. I'm an 80s baby. This is originals. Sorry, Zelda.
I saw the original a long time ago, so I don't remember it. I'm sorry, but I love the movie. I love the book.
Scary. See, Beehive remembers. Thank you, Beehive, for remembering. I don't feel that old. Yes. This reminded me, as soon as I saw it, I was like, oh, God, Pet Sematary Zelda. I twitched. Oh,
I'm going to watch that movie again now. I remember I liked the movie.
I've showed that scene to people from YouTube. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. It made me jump. And this scene reminded me of it.
Oh, wow. Well, yeah, it's pretty grotesque. So here's Julie outside. Now, is she story walking here, you think?
I think she's back to story walking, and we saw this scene earlier. Maybe not this specific parts, I should say. But if we cut back to earlier in the trailer where we see whether it's Kenny or the pastor with Sophia and they're outside at night, and we know that Julie story walked back to that. I think that's exactly where this is bringing us again.
Okay.
So it's showing us some more story walking, and I'm going to assume
her hair is long here though. So just bear that in mind, because when she story walks, her hair is shorter.
Oh, no, I meant in this trailer. Remember when we see her go through the ruins when she's with Randall and she story walks? So when she story walks at that point, her hair's still longer, because I think she only story walks back like a day or two to... Right. So that's why I think this is not the story walker from season 3, episode 10. This is the story walker from right now. Like she's just learning how to story walk here.
Yes. Right. I just had this idea. When she story walks, can she actually converse with the monsters and talk to them?
Yeah, we see that she's able to converse with Martin, right? Because he tells her to throw the rope. So I'm going to assume yes. I am going to assume yes. And then the man in yellow is
really cool.
Right. Yeah. So we have our current Julie right now, like Susie said, story walking, right? And then we have a future Julie that we see story walking in season 3, but she interacts with the man in yellow, who I think chased her through her story walking, like followed her steps. So I do think that she can converse. And I do think that they'd be able to kill her and get to her as well. I think she's still alive. I don't think like she's astro projecting. I think that she actually can story walk and she's physically alive there.
You do, because she's having seizures on the ground, though. I don't
Well,
think she's.
that
I don't
was-
think she's. I don't think her body is actually there.
I think that with the story walking we saw with Martin, because she went to
Yeah.
a faraway tree and went there, I think that was her physical, she story walks, and I think that that was her physical body. I think that she was able to do some type of story walking, which it's got to be slightly different when she seized out and we saw like she wasn't with her body. Same thing when she was like chained up, right? When they
Right.
were chained up, they weren't physically
Right.
with their actual bodies. So there's
Right.
definitely got to be two different things that are going on with that.
Right.
Because this one we see her story walk and we physically see the day turn into night and she steps into a whole nother place like she
Right.
did with the faraway tree when she story walks and met Martin to throw the rope to Boyd. So there's
Right.
got to be two types of story walking abilities that's going on, and I don't think we realize that until kind of now we kind of see that there's got to be two things going on. I mean, let us know in the chat what you're thinking, but I think we have seen two types of story walking here.
But I think if she's story walking when her body is left at the entrance of that place, right? And
Right.
her body is not actually there with her, I don't think they could kill her, the monsters. Just the way the man in yellow couldn't kill her when she was
Right. And I don't know if Fletch is still in the chat. Fletch had a really good theory. When the story walker, when they're like chained up when they're chained up and their physical bodies are somewhere else and they're story walking,
Yeah.
Fletch thinks that the reason why they're chained up is so that they can't find their physical bodies to get back to it to make any kind of changes from the story walking, which I kind of liked.
Interesting.
But I think when that happened, remember the cicadas had gotten into them. So I think
Yeah.
that story walking ability is being controlled by the monsters. Where here she's able to story walk on her own free will and keep
Mhm.
her body with her.
Right. I see what you're saying.
I think when the cicadas came into her body before, when they were having the seizures, that was something different because I think she was still story walking, but I think that
Right.
was a controlled story walking, not
Right.
on her own free will story walking. And I
Right.
definitely think that there's a difference between those two now after
Yeah.
seeing this.
That makes sense, actually. Yeah.
Oh, what did Robert Saunders say in the chat? Oh, he said, good night. Good night, Robert.
Oh, good night, Robert. Thanks for coming. We really enjoyed your feedback and, your ideas. It's amazing. Really.
Thank you. It's been an
You got to
honor.
come on
truly.
again. Yeah. Yeah, you got to come on. Maybe once we start doing the lives weekly, you can come on and give us your theories. That would be great.
Absolutely.
Okay, so let's move on. So, okay, so Boyd, it's funny, I didn't see this because it was going so fast. Is this a replay from season 2? Or is this a new shot?
I think this is a new shot. And he's at the RV.
Yeah, because I remember when he was in the RV and he saw Abby and she was telling him not to go, and then he left. And I thought that was the scene, but this is a new scene then, right?
Right. I think it was a new scene.
Okay. So he has his gun out and we don't know who he's pointing it at. At these guys probably.
Yes.
Yeah. So here is our favorite cowboy and here is the milkman. And I don't know who this is, but this is the nurse. The nurse that everybody liked. I know that Jeremy Ice and Fire, I know he liked her. I don't know if he's still in the chat, but Jeremy had said that he liked this actress who played the role.
Right.
So, okay. So Boyd is probably pointing his gun at them. Not that it's going to do any good anyway.
Right.
Now, here's Jade in the cave, and this is creepy. Look at his shirt. He's got his shirt with all these cats. Do you see that? It's
Yes, I
creepy.
saw that there was nothing but cats on his shirt, and I thought that was so weird.
That is. And look at this. What is this here? It looks like crows, right? I mean, it's probably not, but it looks like crows, doesn't it?
Right. There's something on there on his shirt.
then-
You're talking about the little patterns on his shirt, right?
Yeah, and this looks like blood over here. I
Mm.
don't know if it is like some kind of blood, but this little pattern here looks to me like crows flying. I don't know. It's strange. And then you have the cats. But this is creepy because the monsters are there and they're coming up right behind him. And it's like he doesn't even know they're there. It's weird.
Right.
And now he sees them And they actually touch him on the shoulder.
That scared the crap out of me. I don't know if Jade's a gunner or not. He's one of my favorites. I'm going to be so mad. And that's why I'm hoping that this is a little closer to the end of the season and not early on. I'm hoping that he has a little journey through the caves like he saw his younger self.
They would never show this if he was going to die this way. They would not show it. It's probably a dream, a nightmare he's having or something.
Either that or they're gonna just, because one of them grabs him. So I was like, oh God, please no. But I think they grab him and they toss him to the floor. And I'm wondering if because of whatever Nkui moment he did have with Tabitha at the end of season 3, I'm wondering if he's able to talk or get out of this somehow, some way. Or maybe we'll actually see how a deal is made. Right? And maybe how he becomes a monster. That's definitely would be so sad, but at the same time, so many answers would be given in that moment. And honestly, it would have to be one of the original characters or one of these main characters that we'd have to see them transform into a monster to kind of figure out how that happens. Because there's definitely more monsters than there are original settlers. At least that's what I believe.
Maybe one of these monsters knew him in the past life. Probably they did. And maybe they spoke to him and said, you were so-and-so. Remember, we were friends. And maybe this is where it's all coming back to him, that he's remembering. He's uncooing these monsters. Right? Yes. That's possible. But I don't think Jade is going to die, and I don't think he's going to become a monster. I don't know what's happening here, but I don't think so. First of all, he's a fan favorite. Do you know how angry fans would be if that happened to him? People would boycott the show if they killed him off. Are you kidding?
But we are getting into the later seasons. If they're only going to have 5 seasons, we have to have a couple of. Unfortunately, we're going to have some high.
It's not going to be him though. I mean, if he dies, it won't be until the last season. He's not going to die this season. I mean, I predict in this season, the people that will die are Ellis, Fatima, Elgin. Who else? I don't know. Those are the 3 off the top of my head that I can see dying. What about you? Who do you think?
I could see Ellis dying to further break Boyd, and that would also further break Fatima. So I could see Ellis definitely going. I mentioned already, we haven't seen too much of Sarah, and I feel like we could definitely see Sarah possibly go. And I can see Sarah also taking the high road in the arc of sacrificing herself. We know that she's already come out and tried to save Ethan and Julie, and she's done other things before. Something might catch up to her where she doesn't make it out. So I can see Sarah possibly going, although I love Sarah. I really don't want Sarah. I want her to help. Like Father Khatri thought that she might have the answers to helping to get out of that place. And she became this badass and took out Elgin's eye. And even though people might hate that, I love that about her, that she actually did that. And she did that to save Boyd's soul.
Yeah, she did.
She might actually do something to really save Boyd's soul in this upcoming season, or sacrifice herself. But it's possible that Sarah might not make it out. And Elgin, I also think Elgin.
Yeah, I think that Sarah will die in the season finale. That's what I think. I think that she'll sacrifice her life for Boyd or for somebody else. And as far as Fatima, I don't think the monsters are going to kill Fatima. I think she's going to commit suicide after Ellis dies. That's what I think.
Oh, she would. Oh, that would be freaking. Yeah, we already saw one suicide, right? The boy that hung himself in the bathroom.
Yeah, but we didn't know who he was. He was just a red shirt. Right?
But if Fatima does that, that would definitely break Donna.
Oh yeah,
Donna will lose her shit. I don't think she'd be able to handle Fatima's death.
No. So those are the ones, and who else would die? I mean, Donna is going to die probably next season. Not this
Isaac Brunner just put Boyd and Randall. I don't think Boyd will die just yet. But
not yet.
I don't know if he'll make it out of this season, but I don't think Boyd will die early on. He might die at the season finale, Boyd. But I can see Randall also going. I definitely can see Randall going, trying to help or save somebody as well.
Right. Yeah, I could see Randall will die a hero. He will die saving people, and it's probably going to be maybe the beginning of next season. Maybe. I don't know if it's going to be this season. They're going to kill a lot of red shirts, right? They're going to kill people that, we don't know who the hell these people are, but they're at the Colony House, right?
Mhm.
And they're going to kill maybe 4 or 5 big players, and the rest are red shirts.
Oh.
Mhm.
I like what Samuel just put in. He said cats have multiple lives. Maybe that's why.
Right. 9 lives.
9 lives.
9 lives. Right.
Yep. Big Hep
I
said.
love that.
Yep.
I love that. All the incarnations he's had. That's what it
Right.
means.
What if this is his last and 9th life? I also like Samuel put in the chat that the monsters might try to turn Jade into something like the Man in Yellow.
Right.
Definitely a possibility. Because he knows that knowledge comes with a cost, and he has so much of the knowledge, and he hasn't been able to share it yet with anybody. So they might be able or try to turn him. Like I said, hopefully we'll get to see like maybe how the deal was made and how, somebody was enticed to actually sacrifice something to gain immortal life or whatever they did. So I could see that, Samuel. That's what I was thinking, that I don't know if they'll kill him, but I think they might turn him, or at least we'll see something of that nature.
Right. Or maybe like he said also that, Jade has a dark past, like as Christopher did, and Miranda hid her kids from him. So maybe Jade will become like homicidal. I don't know. That's possible.
Yeah. That is a possibility.
Now that's a possibility, but I don't know if they're going to do that with him either. There's one thing about story crafting, and then there's another thing about doing something to your lovable characters, how that's going to affect the fans, right? Do they really want it to piss off the fans? I don't think they do. So, they're not going to kill him. And I don't think they're going to make him evil either.
And
okay,
Henry.
so here's the scene.
Oh, Henry. I don't think
Henry.
Yeah,
Yes,
Henry's not
I
making it
agree.
out either.
No, Henry will die. Absolutely. And Victor will die probably next season. They'll save him for next season.
Right.
Okay, so you said watch what Ethan is wearing, right?
Mhm.
So he's wearing something totally different here.
He's wearing the same outfit that when he ran and Boyd caught him, which is
Right.
where we're assuming that that's where they find Jim's body.
Mhm.
So then if you see him running here and he meets up with what we think is the shape-shifting Man in Yellow that is now Jim, is he going to convince Ethan that that's not his body, that really isn't him?
Uh-huh. So you
Like
think
the
this
Man
is
in
the
Yellow
Man
is
in
gonna
Yellow?
the Man in Yellow is going to try to manipulate and corrupt Ethan into thinking that that's not really Jim. Because remember, if he rips out his face or rips his face enough, right? Maybe that's why we can't see the face. That maybe everybody will know it's Jim, but Ethan will believe that's not really my father, that's somebody else, because I saw my father alive.
Right.
And he'll try to manipulate and try to get in, because if he knows that Ethan is the new storyteller, he can manipulate Ethan into telling a story differently, especially because Ethan tells his story with words and not with pictures. So it'd be more effective to manipulate Ethan into changing the storyline to how he wants it to win the game.
Wow. Interesting. That makes sense. Yes, I like that. But he looks like that picture before that we were looking at, the guy that had the rat in his mouth, right? Doesn't he look like him here, though?
He kind of does look like them there, too. He does. He has resemblance to that Boulder guy. He does. And it could be either one of them. I mean, he could be the new
Look at
Boulder
his
guy.
eyes.
Yeah, that does not look like our Jim. I mean, we know it's our Jim. Obviously, it's the actor. But, I mean, the way his facial expressions are not the same Jim that we know as Jim Matthews.
No. Maybe the Boulder guy was Jim in a past life.
It could be. Definitely. I mean, we all assume that it's Jade, a reincarnate of Jade, but it possibly could be Jim, and he's just seeing things that happen because of him.
Right. Right. To me, this looks like the Boulder guy. It really does. But, we'll see, right? But I do believe this is the Man in Yellow. There's no question about it. Um, yeah. Wow, that's scary. Poor Ethan.
It is.
And you wonder, yeah, because everybody else would know he's dead. They're not going to believe him. But
Right.
he knows that he can influence Ethan. Yeah.
Right. And I agree with what Beehive said. That was the first thing I noticed, that Jim's hair is shorter here and it looks suspicious. I'm with you 100%. I'm like, no way is that our Jim. Our Jim's hair is like down to his chin. Like it's all long.
Right.
And so just
Yeah.
like Julie had different hair,
Right.
definitely not for the same reason, because that was a future story walker, Julie, but this is, I do believe, is the Man in Yellow.
Yeah, I agree. It's him. And he's trying to pretend that he's so nice and loving. This Jim
Right.
Jim never looked like this. Jim was an angry guy. I mean, he didn't have these angelic eyes. No. Oh my
Yeah.
God.
There's like a wicked tenderness to his look here that he never
Yeah.
possessed before.
Right. Exactly. Wow, it's scary. And here we have Elgin, and yeah, he's got this eye patch, and he says what? You wrote it down, right?
Yeah, he says, one way or another, the truth always comes out. And he's saying that to Boyd.
Uh-huh.
Right? And Boyd's response is, I'm going to make sure it doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that that's referencing Tilly,
Right.
what happened with Tilly, and then the truth about what happened with Fatima and Smiley and the whole birth. I think
Right.
that Elgin knows more, and that Boyd is going to try to keep some of that information from the townsfolk, and Elgin's going to want to tell everybody.
Right. Right. Or do you think that they made a pact that they're not going to say the truth and that they're on the same side?
Elgin and Boyd?
And Boyd. Yeah.
I mean, that's definitely possible, but the contempt that you hear in Elgin's voice, almost, it's like a threat, like the truth will come out, and Boyd
Right.
wanting to keep it a secret. I feel the way they sound, I feel like there's much more content in their voice. I don't think that they're making a pact, but that is
Okay.
a possibility. They could just be hot tempered,
Well,
and even though they're making a pact, they're not really happy that they're making a pact. So
Right.
he's like, yeah, well, the truth can still come out. And he's like, well, I'm
Well,
going to make
right.
sure it doesn't, even though we just made this pact. So it's definitely a possible. It can go either way.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that, because if Elgin told everybody what happened, then, it's either they believe him or they believe Boyd, right?
Right. I'm also wondering if he's going to hide who took out the eye. Like, maybe they
Yeah.
don't tell everybody that it's Sarah. Maybe Sarah's back in the hut back in hiding somewhere, and they don't, because remember, Sarah wasn't supposed to really be out like that, so they might not
Right.
realize that it was Sarah. So I mean, I'm assuming that it's Tilly, but it could also have a lot to do with Sarah in this aspect as well. Boyd might be
maybe
telling
that,
them that
maybe
he
they'll
took out the eye.
maybe they'll say Tilly's the one that took his eye out.
Yeah, maybe they might concoct some completely different narrative to kind of sweep everything
Yeah.
under the rug. They could.
Right.
A whole-
Right.
yeah.
They could easily blame it on Tilly.
Mhm.
Now the question is, who killed Tilly? How are they going to cover that up?
Well, they might say that, she took out his eye and he slashed her throat. Like he stabbed her in her throat when she stabbed him in the eye, kind of a thing. And maybe
Right.
they're blaming Tilly's murder on Elgin and his eye loss on Tilly. I could see them concocting some type of narrative like that to keep both Sarah and Fatima safe.
Yeah, but he wouldn't go along with that if he
Elgin
knows
won't.
that. No, he won't go along with that. I don't know if they would do that. They'd have to. Who could they blame her murder on? I'm just thinking. Who could it
The
be?
Man in
they can't
Yellow.
say- Well, yeah,
'Cause it was
if
during
they
the
know
day
of
when
the
it
Man
was
in
the Man
Yellow.
Like he already slashed Jim's throat. Maybe he
Right.
stopped the Colony House first.
Yeah. That would work. It depends though. When do they find out about the Man in Yellow? Right.
Right.
It could be later. I'm really surprised that in this trailer they showed the Man in Yellow shape-shifting. I think they gave away a lot in this trailer. I think in some ways I wish they had held back some of the stuff that they showed us. Did we need to know that right now?
They've been really good with their trailers in the past. So and they haven't given us too much in other trailers. So I'm going to assume that the wild ride that's going to take us through everything that we've seen is nothing compared to what we can even deduce from this trailer. At least that's what I'm hoping for. The writers have done a really phenomenal job so far. I hope that we are not going to get let down now. So, I mean, I do think that they gave us a lot in the trailer, but there's still so many more questions and answers. I think that I'm hoping that they're still safe. They're still safe where they haven't ruined anything and they won't let us down. I have
Well,
faith.
maybe the first episode they will show him shapeshifting, so it's not that much of a big deal, right?
Right.
Yeah,
Especially
that's
if
probably
we
what
see him
they'll do.
shapeshift and then we don't see where Jim goes. What if
Right.
Jim, at the man in yellow shapeshifted as Jim is going to start
Right.
walking and kind of, have Julie make another mistake, have
Right.
Julie cause some kind of a catastrophe, because a lot of things have been caused by Victor or by Jade or Julie or things that they've done, especially because they don't communicate. So I could see possibly as Julie's learning how to story walk and trying to go back to fix things, that the man in yellow as Jim kind of messes with that. That's a possibility.
Right. Yeah, it'd be interesting. So, okay. So, yeah, and that's when Boyd says to him, I'm going to make sure that they don't find out. Right.
Right.
I was looking at this calendar on the wall. I was trying to see the date on there. It says March, right? Does that say March?
Let me look at it. Let me bring it up on my screen.
And what
It
year does it
is.
say?
Oh, I can't tell from this resolution.
Mhm.
It is March, and so if it starts 1, 2.
I would just be curious what we have to take a closer look at this, what it says there. And I see this is circled here, this date.
The 29th of March.
Mm-hmm.
It's either the 29th or the 30th of March is circled. I wonder if that's anybody's anniversary date for arriving to From, or their missing date from vanishing from the real world. I gotta go back to all the posters, the missing posters that they posted of all the characters. I have that image somewhere. I have to dig it up in my files. I wonder if March 30th means anything, because I know the Matthews family, I think their date is like February 21st or like February, something like that. So I'll look.
Do we know what year this is? I'd like to know the year also.
I can't tell from this, but I'll go back and take like a image of like the 4K image, the way Robert did for the Scarecrow.
Right.
I did not take them at 4K imaging.
Okay.
So I can take that picture and see if I can find out.
Okay. Okay, good. We'll come back to that. And here is, who is that? Is that little girl? Or who is that?
Go back. You mean the one that we're seeing the face? So who do you think that is? That's that image of. I can't tell if somebody's holding their face, like they're holding their own face, or somebody's holding their face.
Is that Ethan? Is that Ethan?
I don't know. I think that was. I thought it was Randall, but I could be wrong. I don't know who it is. I couldn't tell who that is.
I have no idea.
I was staring at it and I'm like, I don't think it could be Randall, because you wouldn't be pressing that hard if you had the scar. It'd probably rip open, but I can't tell from the eyes who that is. In the chat, does anybody know who that possibly could be?
Right.
I don't think it's Donna. Not Kenny. I'm at a loss for who this actually is. And then again, I can't tell if that's their own hands or if that's somebody else's hand, like covering them from screaming because they're hiding from a monster or something.
Right. Yeah, I have no idea who this is. No idea. Okay.
No.
And then there's that little girl. Now, do you believe this was Tabitha in a previous life?
Yes.
Some people don't think it's her, that she's just dreaming about this little girl, but it's not her. I don't know. I think it's her.
I think it's her. I don't think that there would be any other reason for her to dream of somebody else if it's not the Nkui kids, or her own kids. So I think that that's Tabitha in another life, little. And we've seen this image from other seasons, right, at the Red Rocks, and we know that something is going to scare her. But in this image, we see it almost happen in a different way. So
right, we're seeing it from the monster's point of view.
Correct.
looking down on her. Now, is it the Scarecrow monster? Is it the Cabbage Patch monster?
Right?
You wonder who it is, It's-
I think
It might
that-
be the Scarecrow.
I think it's going to be the Scarecrow because I think at that Red Rock is at Cannibal Village, right? So I would think it would be there, and I
Right.
think it would be the Scarecrow, unless it is.
It could be the Cabbage Patch, too.
It could be the
that.
Cabbage Patch. I was thinking the Scarecrow or the guy with the one eye and the skull with the blood.
Right. Yeah. It could be any of those. Yeah, here she's screaming. And then there's Julie screaming. That's interesting. They put them next to each other, right?
I thought so too. And I think, are we in agreement that this is her seeing Jim dead?
Yeah, I think so.
I
Yes.
think so.
Mm-hmm. And here, and Tabitha too. I think this is where they find Jim.
I agree.
I mean, look at Jade's face. Jade is like, "What the hell?"
Yeah.
Yeah. And you see there are people behind them. This is when they find Jim. So it is in the barn then, right?
Right. It definitely looks like it's in the barn.
Mm-hmm. And now here we see Marielle chained up. Now this must be a dream that she's having or a delusion of some kind.
I'm not sure. I was wondering if. So remember we were talking about the different types of story walking, like when they're chained up, but their physical body's somewhere else.
Yes.
So I'm wondering if she is chained up actually in the dungeon, but she's remembering where her physical body is, which is in the hospital, because that's definitely looks like the clinic.
Yeah, it does.
I think that's a chalkboard in the clinic.
Right.
So do you think she's actually physically chained up in the hospital? I don't, but it's definitely a possibility. I don't though. I think that she's having she's gonna go back and forth to where she's in the dungeon, but then her physical body's here, but she still feels like she's in the dungeon because that's mentally where she is, not physically.
Yeah, because in the dungeon they have these handcuffs there. They wouldn't have that at the clinic.
Right.
So yeah, no, I think you're right. I think she's remembering being in the dungeon, or she is in the dungeon. Part of her is in the dungeon. Part of her is somewhere else. Maybe she's story walking herself. Right.
And I do think that this is further down in the season. I don't think this is in the beginning. She's not wearing that blue flannel that she was wearing earlier. She's wearing something different. So I do think this is further on down on the episodes than 1 and 2.
Now these are like rips here, right? I wonder what that symbolizes. Only on this side. Everything else is clean here. Just here, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting. I wonder why.
I wasn't sure what that is either, because I noticed that I'm like, the whole board looks fine except for underneath her right arm right there.
Right. And here Jade is screaming. So this must be back in the cave when he saw the monsters, right?
Right. And I think he's on the floor here.
Yeah, he's laying down. He's wearing the cat shirt. Right. He's laying down.
Yes.
Right.
So I think whoever grabbed his arm, I think he fell back and we don't see the lantern anymore. And so this is the part where does he get slashed up or does he talk and make a deal?
Yeah.
Or what else could possibly happen?
Somebody comes in and saves him. Somebody.
So. Hopefully.
And of course, they're not going to kill him. And here is Sarah hearing the voices again. And this is Sophia, I guess, running over to her, right?
Right.
And here is Sophia. Okay, this was in the car accident.
Right.
She has the Bible there. Somebody has their hand in there trying to comfort her, touching her ear. I don't know. It's supposed to be blood on her face.
The broken windshields.
Yeah, the broken windshield. I guess her father probably died next to her. He probably died.
Right.
And I don't know what this person's touching her ear or something. I don't know.
It might be reaching in to stabilize her neck. That might be Christy's hand reaching in to stabilize her neck as they try to get her out of the car. That's like half
look.
Yes.
Look how she's bleeding here. You see?
Right. Yeah.
Her neck.
She's got those scrapes, and in the teaser we saw a little blood on. We saw a little bit of the blood on her. Dress when she was praying in the teaser, and we saw the cuts on her face that looked like they were fresh cuts. So now we know it comes from this car accident.
But what is this here? This is not the glass over here, right? I can't make this out what this is here. it looks like duct tape here. It doesn't even look like glass. Here it's glass, right?
Mm-hmm.
But here it looks like duct tape or something. I don't know. Maybe I'm reading into it.
Right.
It looks kind of strange though, whatever it is. And then we see Randall comforting, screaming Julie. And now this looks like a future Julie, right? Doesn't her hair look shorter there?
I was thinking that it was shorter, and I was wondering if that was future Julie, and her hair looks a little darker here, but
Yes.
I'm not sure because it's the same outfit that she was wearing when she walks through, from when she started story walking. So I'm wondering if this is when she comes back from story walking, and just the way
but
these arms are around her.
Randall's
The hair.
wearing a different coat though, I think, than he had on before. Yeah. I think so.
Then I wonder if this is when she's just having her moment because she just found Jim's body and he's there comforting her.
Maybe this is one of the times she tried to run back to warn Jim and she didn't get there in time. And he's comforting her because she's not able to bring Jim back.
Right, because she snapped back there.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah. Possibly, totally. Totally possible.
And there's Henry pulling his hair out. Wow. I didn't see that one either. So what do you think's going on there?
I'm wondering if he's having a Sarah vision, just like we just saw Sarah, right, holding her head and having a vision. I'm wondering if he's having a vision, especially because, Miranda was killed there. So Miranda's energy's floating around. Maybe, something with Miranda or Miranda giving him a vision. I would assume that's what it has to be. I don't think it's Victor's death. I don't think he was that close to Jim that he would react that way. Mm-hmm. And if you look at the background on where they are and what he's wearing, it's the same scene from when he's holding the Man in Yellow drawing and Victor was digging those holes. So that's right next to Victor's little his truck where he comes and stays sometimes. So I'm thinking that this scene comes from earlier on in the trailer where we saw him holding the mist. So what if he's holding the Man in Yellow, the drawing that Victor gave him for the Man in Yellow, or he's holding that and Victor's digging and something happens and suddenly he gets a vision and he's screaming and he's carrying on that way.
I see. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Maybe he finds out that Tabitha was Miranda. Maybe the whole thing is just getting to him. Maybe, I don't know. And it's funny about Eloise too, because if they are going to introduce Eloise, it's probably not going to be till the very end of the season because there's nothing about her in the trailer, right?
Right.
So,
right.
And maybe it's something, maybe he finds out something. About Eloise or something. Who knows, right? But I do think he'll die. I don't think he'll make it out of this season.
Right.
And okay, so here is Fatima again with the car. Yeah, that's right. This is a different car though, or it looks different. Or is it no? Because there was a tape deck here. I remember. Now I don't see it. Maybe it's a different shot. Maybe it cut it out or something.
Right.
But she's the MG. But she is bashing it. And then what is Boyd doing here?
Yeah, he looks like I can't tell if he looks like he's punching, right? He's punching down on something. So I wonder who he's punching at.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Okay.
Either that or he just got his hand released maybe from whoever was grabbing it and he stood up really quickly. That might tie back into the very first image that we kind of really see of Boyd when he's at Abby's grave.
Yeah. Okay, and that's it. April 19. MGM.
Oh, can't come quick enough. Cannot come quick enough. Not that I want to rush time, but I really want my From now.
I know. Me too. But I think it was a great trailer. I think that, but again, my concern is I think maybe they gave away too much. I would rather not have seen the Man in Yellow shapeshift. There are some things I think I would rather not have seen. But like you said, though, this could just be the tip of the iceberg. there could be so much happening in the season that's nothing, you know?
Right.
And I'm hoping that's the case.
I am too. I really, really am. I want to be just as shocked and mystified as I was after the last 3 seasons. And I really want to make sure like we have some good solid answers, but some, you know, a little bit more mystery leading into season 5. But I mean, we're more than halfway through what I guess they've planned as a series of 5 seasons. So we are really on this downward spiral of finding out information and rather quickly, according to the writers. So I'm hoping that it looks like we got so much because there's so much more, right? We've been doing so much theory crafting for years now at this point, waiting from season to season, and we've been breaking things down and having so many more questions and so many different perspectives and avenues that this story could have really gone down. So I'm hoping that there's just so much more that they got to give us, right? There's a lot of lore that we really need to know. Mariel mentions that there's something ancient here. We kind of need to know what that ancient backstory is. So even though we've learned so much that we've seen with our main characters, we really didn't see anything that alluded to flashbacks other than Boyd having flashbacks of stuff that he's done. But I mean like a flashback into the cycles, seeing what actually happened in like 78 or seeing what happened in the original cycle where all of this Fromville actually blossomed from, for lack of a better word, where it all came from, right? So knowing that they can still give us all that lore, and we have seen none of that here, but it's referenced that there's something ancient there. I'm really hoping we see that. Like we know about the old colonial woman being casted. We saw nothing of her here. They didn't even show any of the artwork that pertains to her. So I'm assuming that that's going to have a huge, big reveal that's really going to I'm hoping that really makes all the stuff that we just saw in the trailer be like, oh my God, well, that was kind of easy to figure out. We were able to break things down. Now I'm even more lost and confused and trying to figure out for season 5. So I'm really hoping that this momentum that we've had going for years of theory crafting and figuring things out, we still get, even though they've given us so much in this trailer. Because we got a lot. I mean, we got 2 huge new monsters. Right. Plus, we saw the man in yellow shapeshift, like you said. We're kind of seeing this whole duality and this balance shift between day and night and hope and despair and people losing their shit. And a lot of the people losing their shit, that really makes them a wild card. You kind of really don't know what they can possibly do or what they can open or what else they can let into the place. I mean, look at Jade being reckless, tearing off the totem pole. Now we have a scarecrow there. So, I mean, there's more things that definitely can come. And we really haven't seen all of Victor's drawings. There's probably more things in there that'll open our eyes for season 5. Because I think at this point, Victor's going to have to start showing many more of the drawings. And I think Sarah and Tabitha that have seen his drawing collections hidden and scattered amongst Fromville, they might eventually say something because they're trying to put together and piece together like a puzzle or a clue based off of his drawings. So hopefully we'll get more from that. And I mean, we really haven't seen too much spider stuff too. And there's a lot of references. So I'm hoping that they're going to give us something that we just have not seen yet.
Now, Smiley was not in the trailer at all.
No.
And I'm wondering why wasn't Smiley in the trailer? Because that's something we all would like to see. Boyd having a confrontation with Smiley or Ellis having a confrontation or Fatima, right?
Right.
Something. And that surprised me. And like you said, we didn't see Sarah in the trailer. So I'm wondering why they didn't show her.
We saw her for one quick second. So
at the end.
But that was it. I mean, we see her in the teaser looking down at the pool too. But again, very quick, short-lived. We also, we only see 5 different monsters besides the new monsters, which was a huge reveal. We only see 5 of the monsters altogether. We see the nurse, the waitress, the milkman, the cowboy star guy, and I think that's the Chile. Somebody else we see. So we see 5 monsters, and we don't see the kimono lady at all. And
I don't think we're going to see her again. I don't think so.
I think she served her purpose as like the midwife type of a ghost thing too. I think we've seen her, but you would think that something else might take her place, or maybe we have seen what's going to take her place. Those collar patch flowers. So yeah,
Right.
I still think that they have a lot of room that they can still work with as long as they stick to their, stick to their time frame and don't try to extend anything out. Not that I wouldn't want more from, but if they have a solid
Right.
ending and we're gonna get there, I want to make sure like they get there and they do it right. So hopefully they haven't given away too much. I mean, we won't know
Yeah.
until we see it, but I'm hoping that this was kind of like Martin said. You think that the monsters, they're just the tip of the spear. So hopefully this was just the tip of the spear for the trailer, and we're gonna get so much
Right.
more craziness. Because I don't know about you, but when I first saw this, I was like, "What the did I just see?"
Yes.
Monsters. It
Yes.
was like it was such a
It was
shock.
so much at once, and then people,
Much.
everybody's screaming, and this, and that. It's like, what the hell is this? What am I watching? It's like, it was
Right.
very confusing. It was all over the place. Um, I mean, I like the trailer. I'm happy that we got this trailer, but I do have some issues with it. Like I said, I would rather not have seen the Man in Yellow shapeshift, because then it would have really been shocking to see Jim talking to Ethan, right?
Right.
But now we're like, no, that's the Man in Yellow, and I would rather not have thought that, right? I would rather say, oh, Jim is there. Why is he alive? That killed that for me.
The only thing I can think of is that that's an early reveal because there's going to be a greater impact than what they showed us. That
yeah.
shape shifting has to have a greater, be something more to it, and it
Right.
almost makes you think. Could any of the other? I mean, a lot of people have been talking across the different discords and channels. Is there a mole? Is there somebody that's hidden, behind, that's been in the town and acting like one of the Frumsville townspeople? But they really have been keeping an even closer watchful eye on everything that's going on. So it could actually kind of bleed into that there where like, all right, there's got to be other shapeshifters or somebody else might be able to shapeshift. Maybe he's not the only one, or maybe that's just the tip of his power. And we're going to see him do so much more with that the rest of the season we'll be guessing on who could he possibly now be.
Right. Exactly.
So it's definitely going to have some type of that reveal has to open some larger door for us that we just don't know is there.
Right. Yeah, no, that's a good point. I agree. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. And April 19th is not that far away, but it still is far. It still is far. So, everybody, so what did you guys think of the trailer? Did you like it? What are your thoughts about what's going to happen? What do you think? What do you think about them giving away too much? Do you agree that they gave away too much, or do you think it wasn't enough? What was your view of the trailer? I'd like to know what you guys think.
Yeah, let us know. Was it everything that you guys were hoping for and waiting for? Did it give too much? Did it not give enough? Is there something there, or people or characters that you wish we would have seen a little bit more of? Or maybe the lack of showing certain characters is a clue to something. What do you guys think? No?
I guess they're stumped. They're not sure what.
I think everybody's still overwhelmed with everything. We need a couple of hours and days to digest this. I mean, we have a month.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
the more I'm sure we keep looking at this trailer, we'll see more and more. And I mean, I know Robert Saunders is gone, but he really, really hooked us up tonight with 3 huge, big reveals that we kind of didn't catch, or we were slowly getting to, that he was able to just boom, here it is. So that was really amazing.
Yes.
So that's it. That's our season 4 trailer so far from From. Oh, I really enjoyed it. I know that you thought it gave a little bit too much, but I really loved it, and it just gets the mind going, and just can't wait. I can't wait. I just can't wait. I loved it.
Yeah. I liked it a lot. I don't know what I was expecting. I just like I said, I liked it, but I'm not sure exactly what they showed me. Here Samuel said he likes the trailer. Too much with the scarecrows and the Man in Yellow. Yeah, right. The Man in Yellow, definitely. And the Scarecrow, too. I agree. I think it would have been more impactful to show less of it. in my opinion. I agree. I
Or maybe
agree with
even like the shot that Robert, I might actually agree with you on that one. The shot that Robert Saunders showed us, we put up with much more clarity of the
yeah.
scarecrow. I guess I wouldn't have mind, but watching him come through the cannibal
Yeah.
village
Yeah.
thing, that might have been a little bit too much. I would have liked to get that jump scare watching it. I mean, I probably still will, jump when I see it, but that might have been a good jump reveal if they would have held on to that part and just showed him already like in there, and we kind of didn't see who was in there. Because now, we see the Asian guy. There is Ellis. We see Donna. We see Tabitha. We see Ethan. So now that kind of gets us thinking who's left and what's going on. So maybe not showing us all of them might have been a little bit better. I could see that definitely.
Yeah,
Them holding
definitely.
a little bit on that. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And then B said, there's a lot in the trailer, but I don't feel like it was too much. Okay. That's good. And Jen is here, just me. Hi,
Hey,
just
just
me.
me.
How you doing? Yeah. So, we'll see. I always say less is more. I mean, because you want to give people something to question and think about. If they had shown like the scarecrow, or just a brief, quick shot of it, that would have been great. But we didn't need to see it breaking into the cabin and doing all that. Was too much. Man in Yellow, same thing. You want to show his back, and you see his bones a little bit on the back. Okay, fine. But they really showed too much, I think. But anyway, I hope I won't be disappointed. That's what I'm gonna say.
You and everybody else, I think we are all feeling that same, because even I've said it was overwhelming. There was a lot going on. She said, I'm overwhelmed with the Collie Patch Kids, but it was so off the wall that I still have no idea what to expect.
Oh, that's true.
That is true.
Yeah.
That's a really good point, Beehive. It was so crazy. I don't think anybody was expecting new monsters like that. We all expected the Man in Yellow, but new monsters,
right?
I mean, we there were some theories about Cannibal Village, but between the Collie Patch and the Scarecrow, I think that was a lot that we all got. We're like, what the hell are we watching? What is that?
It became like Friday. It became like Friday the 13th or something. It became this horror film. I'm like, wait a minute, what's going on?
The sequel.
Yeah, I just think it was a little too much scare, and it was kind of all over the place a little bit. That's my opinion, But
yeah, they definitely chopped up that trailer and gave us clips from beginning and the end to bring us all back. I mean, I was not disappointed by the trailer at all. Am I still a little overwhelmed and trying to process? Absolutely.
Yeah. Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
but
it's overwhelming.
Yeah. But I'm with you. I don't want to be disappointed. That's 100%. I agree with you on that.
Yeah, don't give away too much, please. And that scene with Jay too. It's like, I think it went on a little too long. It's like with Jade in the cave with the monsters. Yeah. Let's see. Somebody, Blazian 1. Man in Yellow as a shapeshifter may start to tie several things together. Oh, that's true. That is absolutely true. Especially if he's going to imitate Jim, right? With Ethan.
Right.
Well, that means that the actor Ian Bailey is going to be he's going to be a regular in the season, actually, because probably Ethan will have constant talks with him,
Yeah. Oh, we didn't even see the boy in white in this trailer.
Oh yeah, that's right.
We just dawned on me. So much was going on. We forgot all about the man. We didn't see the boy in white at all.
No, we didn't.
That is interesting.
Yeah. That is interesting. B said, if I had some idea about what it all means, I think it was too much. But since I'm clueless, I feel like I'm going in with no real idea about what will actually happen. Well, B, I think we're kind of all in the same boat. I think they gave us a lot of information. It was somewhat overwhelming. It didn't really tell us much of anything. I mean, we got bits and pieces, But we're all in the same boat. We're kind of clueless at this point, right?
What I think would be wild if the reason we didn't see the boy in white is because the man in yellow shapeshifts into him, and the way he's trying to shapeshift and act like Jim, maybe to manipulate Ethan, maybe he shapeshifted into the boy in white and for years was trying to manipulate Victor.
Wow.
That's definitely, maybe we're all assuming that that we're gonna watch that scene as he shapeshifts into Jim. Maybe he does shapeshift into Jim, but then we'll figure out that he's been shapeshifting into the boy in white. I think that would be a crazy twist.
And that's what Blazion 1 is saying. And I think you're right. We're going to tie several things together. And I like that. The boy in white, he might be shapeshifting into the boy in white. Absolutely.
I mean, yeah. And Blazing One definitely has a point. Like, if they're going to show us that in order for it not to be too much, by the time we look back at the season and be like, oh, maybe it wasn't too much because it opened up and revealed so much more, like Blazing One said. Absolutely.
Right. Yeah, I agree with you. Thank you for that. I absolutely agree.
What did we say?
I think the man in yellow took off his clothes and popped his bones, but I'm not convinced he's going to be Jim. Lots of folks think he was turning into a spider. I don't think so, B. I do think he's Jim. I do, because he looks different. His facial expression is different. Even his eyes look different, actually.
Right.
No, I have a feeling that he is Jim. He's shapeshifting. And that's why we saw that scene where the Kromanakel flew across the room and all that stuff was going on, all the poltergeist in the house. Because Jim is angry. He's furious. He's furious he died. And he's furious that his son is being taken in by this man in yellow, right? He's trying to get their attention.
Right.
What did Fletch say? He looked a lot like that creature from Welcome to Derry. Yeah, we were talking about that.
100%.
Exactly. And I just can't believe that this was done in isolation, because it was like two exact scenes, right? It's weird.
Yeah, it is weird because he looks so much like him. It does.
And he was in the woods, running in the woods. It could have been the same footage.
Right? It could have been.
So weird.
It does 100%. 100% looks just like that creature.
Yeah, I don't get that. That freaks me out. that freaks me out more than other things that we saw in the trailer. Maybe
That's
someone in the CGI department works for both shows. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Definitely
well, that person's gonna lose their job if that's the case. Can you imagine? I mean, somebody asked Doug about it. Doug said that wasn't him, he said. But I don't know. It's weird. It's very strange. B said, I wasn't convinced about the spider theory. I just noticed that comment has been all over the threads today. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've stayed away from all the threads. But I mean, back in season 1, what is it, like episode 6, when Boyd and Sarah go walking and then they finally find the lighthouse and we see that huge web. I mean, it is possible he could become a big, huge spider, and that's where all the web came from. That's, again, this show can go in so many different directions. This show is so vast. I mean, they are starting to wrap things down and narrow it, but they haven't done that yet. So right now we have so many theories of what it could possibly be. I mean, the spider theory is not a bad one. I kind of like it, that it's totally a possibility. It's not my first theory, but I like it.
What about with Abby when she was in the spider web?
Right.
And then that's when she grabbed Boyd, and that was the man in yellow. Definitely, that was him. So trying to catch Boyd in his web, right? His spider web.
I think that it definitely, the spider could be totally the man in yellow, because if you think about it, that's how he would catch everything to keep it in one spot. If he finds things if energies and different things are floating around from, and he wants to kind of contain it and catch it all, he'd throw out a spider web so it'll all stick and wrap it all and cocoon it so he can keep it. So I can see that as a theory and a possibility. Absolutely.
Right. Okay, so Fletch asks, who do you think won't survive next season? Like major deaths. Yeah, we had spoken about that before. We had said Ellis, Fatima,
Hmm.
Elgin, Sarah, Henry, and who else did we say?
I think that was it.
Yeah, those are the people
Yeah.
that we predicted. I think Boyd's gone. We get Ghost Boyd, Donna gone, Sarah, I don't know, Marielle soon to be a goner.
Oh, yes.
Marielle, yeah.
Yeah, Marielle, I think might be a goner. I don't know about Donna yet. I think she might make it
Donna-
through to the end.
I think Donna will die next season. I think Boyd is going to die next season. He's not going to die this season. He's the star of the show. They're not going to kill him this season, I don't think. And Sarah, yeah, I mean, like you said, like I like Sarah too. I don't want her to die, but I think she'll die this season. I think like the season finale. And maybe Marielle will also die the season finale, both of them. But I do think Fatima is going to kill herself. I think she'll die like that. She'll suicide. Definitely. Okay, what else do we have here?
I like what
Let's
Fletch said. He said our boy Randall finally got some cojones and he stepped up to the ruins.
Yeah, exactly.
That's right.
Exactly. Right. Randall. Oh, so you think Randall may die, Fletch? I don't know. Maybe he might, or maybe he'll die like the beginning of next season. You know. I don't know.
See him have a better arc. I think I wanted to stay in a little longer to get a bigger arc.
Yeah, I want to see another Colony House massacre. I want to see something like that. They have to kill off all these red shirts. They have to kill off the majority of the people. There's too many people on here. Too many characters. So if they do that and they kill off 5 of the main cast in addition to all the red shirts, so you'll have like maybe 7, 8 main characters next season, and one by one they will die. You know.
Yeah, I do think that there has to be another massacre. I was saying that from the beginning, and I'm hoping that that's something that they definitely kept out of the trailer. We obviously saw nothing of that. We just kind of see the Sophia moment, which I think is very early on. So if this is leading up to another big massacre, I could see that being a huge reason why we're like, oh, the shape-shifting Doug wasn't that big of a deal, but we got this massacre that we were not expecting. So yeah. I do think in order for them to have given us the trailer that they gave us, there has to be something huge that they haven't even scraped upon, because that would be too much. At least that's what I'm hoping for. I don't think they're going to disappoint, but that's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, no, I agree. I have faith in the writers. I do. I think they do a good job.
Maybe the 2022 massacre. That's right, because they're in the year 2022 still.
Oh, even now?
Yeah, right now they're in 22. It's only been, I know we've gone through 3 seasons, but I don't think they've been there a full year. They've only been there a couple of months so far.
They didn't show Christopher on the trailer. I need to see his dead body. Well, I think we'll see it this season probably.
Yeah, I want an answer. I think Fletch is with me. We need to find out whose corpse that was downstairs in the cellar when Ella went to, clean it out and get it ready for Fatima.
Right.
I think we all need to know whose corpse that is. That needs to come out. I would love that answer this season.
Yeah, it probably is Christopher, I would think. That would make sense to me. Yeah.
Right.
Well,
Because we never.
Yeah.
Victor says they never found his body. So
Right.
definitely a possibility.
Mm-hmm.
I know that Fletch and I have been talking in the Discord between it being Christopher, possibly Martin. So.
Yeah. Now, let me ask you, the monsters, I was under the impression the monsters have been around for a long time, right? Because they sacrificed their kids how many hundreds of years ago, right? But I heard recently somebody say, oh, the monsters only appeared after Victor got there. And I didn't think that. I thought they were there before Victor got there.
That's what I believe, that they were there before they got there. Because
Yeah.
when Victor and his mom already arrived in 76, the monsters had already been terrorizing the people that were there. So I think the monsters, they might not have looked the same way, maybe have been
Right.
dressed in something different. But the
Right.
monsters, I agree with you. The monsters came, the monsters were the original parents that wanted
Yes.
immortality for whatever reason. So they've been
Yes.
around since the very, very beginning. Now, that, in my opinion, then there only should be so many monsters. But we see, I
Yes.
believe, Doc and Robert and Nick, Elle, I think on there, I think we've had a count up to about 28 different monsters that we've seen. So clearly that is many more monsters than the original some. So how do people become monsters? Or were there 28, 30 people in the town and they just turned, everybody at that point got immortality from the first sacrifice? So I definitely
maybe.
want information to kind of find out. I know
Right.
we only saw like a smidge of Julie's story walking, so I'm really hoping that she does some bigger story walking where she actually goes through, and not like story walks a day or two in the past, but is able to go through back to previous cycles, so that
Right.
we can get some more answers. I would think that would be a really nice way to reveal some stuff to us by having her story walk back into a
Yes.
different cycle.
Yeah, I think that's how they're going to do it because it would make sense. What did Fletch say? Assuming boy in white and man in yellow are story walking through timelines, could Julie or even Randall get some superpowers? Like what if Julie Randall indeed can kill creatures? I don't know. I don't know if they're going to do that. What do you think about that, Jen?
I'm not sure, because it begs the question on how did the worms that were able to defeat Smiley get into Martin in the first place, right? And the only thing that I can think of is if Martin's body did die, right? His actual physical body died elsewhere, and those worms that were crawling through his body somehow were able to, he was able to transport that into Boyd. For my blood is my blood. But then how that we would have to know how the worms got into Martin if we're going to figure out how that could possibly be. At least that's what I would think. That's where you'd have to start. Like, that was the only thing that we know that kills them, right? So how did Martin get the worms? How did he get to have that power, that superpower to kill them? Is it because he was able to last through cycles? And if that's the case, does Victor have worms because he's gone through 2 cycles?
Right, exactly. Right. Now, I like this, and this is something that I thought about from last season, that Fatima could turn into one of these monsters, and we would see her outside beckoning to Ellis. And, that is something that I think could still happen, because like I said, when she gave birth to Smiley, I think maybe her body changed. I think something happened to her, and I think she could actually become one of those things. I can see that happening. Ooh. And her being out there, and Ellis just decides he wants to be with her. And of course, he goes out and she kills him, obviously. And that's how they both die. That's how they both, And this would break Boyd. There's no question about it.
I can see that. I can totally see that. Even if,
in fact, I want them to do that. I wanted them to do that last season. I kept saying, let's make her into a monster. So we'll see.
Yeah.
If I was writing it, I would write it that way. Definitely.
I definitely want to see the turn, like how somebody became a monster, or how they become a monster. I think that's another question or another scene that we need to see unfold before us in order to really just sell this lore. I mean, we're already sold, but in order to just keep us coming for more.
Right. And B said, oh, that's a creepy thought. It is. And my love, come outside.
Fatima as a night creature. Oh, God. Well, she did always like looking at the stars, so.
Yeah, she did. She did. She could be outside all the time now.
Right?
Hey, Boyd, no, Ellis, don't open that door.
So wrong.
But yeah, I mean, that would be really, really cool. Because again, that pregnancy, or whatever you want to call it, I think changed her body. I mean, I think she got some information about the parents that killed their children, right? She
Mhm.
got this knowledge she didn't have before. And maybe physically her body is changing. I mean,
I
she was
mean,
eating rotten food. She was drinking blood.
she
Um,
herself might have worms.
she might.
I'm
She
just
might.
saying.
Yeah, she might. I'm going with that theory that her body is changing and that she's losing it.
Yes.
And she's going to become one of those things. I think so. That would be cool.
That actually kind of would be
I
cool.
want that to happen. I want that to happen. I do. And then she can be with her son after that. She and Smiley can hang out, right?
Yeah, B has a really good comment. She said, what if Fatima doesn't even need to die to become a night creature because her body changed so much, like you said?
Mm-hmm. But wouldn't she become the night creature where she would be like them? In other words, no, right? In other words, she wouldn't die. She would just become this night creature.
Right.
Right. Right. No, she would have a mortal life, right? She wouldn't die. And what if flesh? That would be wild. Her organs just start to rot over time. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, you are what you eat.
Exactly. You are what you eat. Exactly. I mean, remember that scene when she was digging her finger in that girl's belly
Oh,
button?
the wound, the bloody
The
wound.
wound.
Was it Nikki?
Yeah,
I
the
think
wound.
the girls, right?
Yeah.
The bloody wound.
Yeah.
Oh, and she's
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
finger looking
I mean,
good.
to me,
No.
she was the monster right there doing that, you know?
Right.
Oh, yeah, definitely. So I can definitely see that happening. Alrighty, guys, we're at the 4-hour mark. Oh, stop it, Lori. Why is it freaking you out? You are what you eat, so don't eat rotten beets. That's right.
Oh,
Not
yes.
Nikki. Oh yeah, Nikki. Poor Nikki. Yeah, so we're at the 4-hour mark, guys. I think we're going to say goodnight. What do you think, Jen? How are you feeling?
Yes, I'm feeling good. I think that we can call it a wrap on this night since this was our first really initial reaction to everything, breaking it down. And I think we
Yeah.
definitely can come out with some more content. Earlier
Yes.
today, we talked with Scarlett about those tarot cards. I definitely want to look into that a little bit.
Yes.
And
Yes.
yeah, interesting.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, well, thank you so much, Fletch. I'm glad you were here. I'm glad you all were here. Beehive Girl.
Yes.
Everybody that was here tonight, guys, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Please don't forget to like, and if you're not subscribed, please subscribe to the channel so that you'll know when we come out with new videos.
Yes.
And I'm also going to be doing videos on, making my own videos about what I think will be happening on the show and about the characters and how the characters will deal with whatever comes up for them. And of course, I always have a psychological slant on my stuff. So look, you're going to see how I'm going to incorporate that with the characters. So, it'll be cool. And
Very
then
cool.
Jen and I, thank you. And then Jen and I will do our live streams. And you're gonna get a lot of content from us coming up. So, and our birthdays are coming up. She and I have birthdays right around the same time.
Yes.
So we plan on doing a special birthday stream also. So
yes.
And we'll do some From trivia and stuff like that. So it will be fun.
Absolutely. We will be here for all the From stuff.
Yes.
So exciting.
Yes, exactly. Oh, thank you, Mike. Thank you so much. I'm glad you could make it tonight. And I'm really glad. Thank you, MGM. Okay. Yes. Thanks, MGM. Absolutely. All right, guys, have a wonderful evening and we'll see you all soon.
See you guys soon. Bye.
Take care. Oh, birthday stream. Yes. Yes. Birthday stream. Thank you, guys. Have a good night.
Have a good night, everyone.